All right, Meow. Hope you're doing well on this fine Tuesday. That you were able to sleep well, get your adulting done. We are picking up where we left off yesterday. We're taking on GO3, which is a double battle between you with Lance on your side versus Giovanni with 6, technically 7 Mon, because as soon as you kill the Mewtwo, it immediately revives and becomes Mega Mewtwo. So for all intents and purposes, not great. And while Lance is certainly better than Brendan in the Silphco double battle, you only get 3 Pokemon, and it's not great. I watch a fair amount of people stream this game, do Nuzlockes of it. Someone who finally got past Elite Four, they lost 3 times in a row to GO3 because flinches or AI being shit. For example, normally when I go do this fight, Dragapult is clear body, doesn't get affected by Timidate, and will go Spirit Shackle to one-hit the Tapu Lele. He was doing randomized. Dragapult gets intimidated, Dragapult goes Dragon Darts, and everything gets fucked, or you wipe because of a flinch. Magica, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're making good progress on your Mono Poison run. I'm aiming to beat Elite Four today. Worst case, I beat it by tomorrow, and I'm able to be like, hey, Mono Fire. I don't know what French Starmie is now. Just going through the usual startup spiel. I'll take a look at it real quick. I can absolutely do that. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's basically a sound. I'm gonna see if it's like a thing. Oh, it's a dub. Okay. I guess that's cool. I don't really watch a lot of anime, and I almost always watch it subbed because growing up, I had to watch TV at like 1 or 2 volume because I would get in trouble otherwise. So I've always had like subtitles on or closed captioning. I can definitely look into it after stream. I'll make a note to write that down. I'm going to be doing Mono Fire based on the tech you suggested with Drought Torkoal, Serral Edge, Sharpness, Boosted Solar Blade. Alright. Just going to do a few things and then we're going to dive right into it. Let's see. So what have you been up to today, Magica? All right, good to go. All right. So let's go Geo. Oh, Minecraft. I love that for you. I'm glad you're having friends. Weekend stuff. Did you enjoy going to the park? Did you enjoy hanging out with your friends? So the idea here is Togekiss is gonna one-hit the Scrafty. We're then gonna defog to get rid of Psychic Terrain. We have Gliscor with Sandveil, because we know T-Tar's gonna get Sandstream off. We also have Galarian Moltres, and with a, let's see, with a Charty Berry, because there's a lot of rock coverage. Awesome. I was never much of a volleyball person, but the food sounds good. I do love food. I had some hot dogs for breakfast and a pear. All right, let's see. And then I think we're good to go. This is definitely gonna take a few tries. All right, let's go. Sadly, I walked too far ahead. I didn't get to make a hard save prior to GO3, so I have to rely on a save state. Okay, that's all fine. We got the Moon Blast for Scrafty. Spirit Shackle from Dragapult needs to kill Tapu Lele. Okay. For crime coverage, I'm probably gonna do a video from Legal Eagle. He does more of a breakdown on the P. Diddy indictment, and he like explains the Mann Act. He has segments of interviews that people who knew Diddy in the past, when they were doing interviews at the time, a lot of people now are trying to distance themselves from them and staying completely silent because no one wants to implicate themselves, you know? They were all super keen to benefit when Puffy was, you know, at the top of his game, and now that he's been caught out, it's like, we're just gonna fucking bail. Oh, it is absolutely a wild case. If he is found guilty on the on the trafficking, that's anywhere from like a 15 to a 30-year sentence minimum, and judges have the ability to throw out recommendations. So the Oxford shooting in Michigan, where the parents were held liable for the actions of a school shooter, the recommendation was basically relatively light. The judge threw it out and was like, no, I'm giving you a longer sentence and this is why. It is truly wild. Apparently it was an open secret within the entertainment and hip-hop community what Diddy was up to, but no one really cared and no one listened. Yes, the baby oil, the weapons with serial numbers filed off, tons of drugs, anything in use of the furtherance of what he was up to can basically be seized, so it really doesn't matter what he has. After GO3, I think we'll do that coverage. All right, Moonblast, you really need to kill Scrafty here. Okay, good. Before anything else, I need to defog because I don't want to get hit with Expanding Dong. All right. Not bad. Expanding Dong is gonna hurt. I'm not dead. So this is already a reset. Because, actually no, I'll play it out, but this is probably a reset because I need to get rid of the Psychic Terrain. All right. I'm just gonna go Blanner. All right, we're gonna go. Oh, I love that it hits both. That's actually kind of nice. Okay. We're gonna Fiery Wrath again. Okay, we're doing it. Okay, there's the Sandstream. I want to finish off the Mewtwo. Honestly, not bad. And we're fine with Sandvale because yeah, that is, they basically went in on the wrong Mon, and I love that for us because this has not gone well. Hey, first try, love to see it. So now we're off to Claire. I'm gonna pull up the Legal Eagle video on P. Diddy. Once again, he's another lawyer, and I like looking at crime content through the lens of a practicing lawyer. All right. I'm gonna make a hard save as well because I was relying on the save state. Also, I don't know if this is true, but is Brendan Giovanni's son? Let's see. Save. Okay, because Brendan has silver hair and Giovanni's like, if you ever see silver, say something for me. Okay. Who is Norman? All right, let's see. There we go. We'll move this. We'll move this. All right. I've also been watching more of the Ocean Gate coverage, the testimony. Huh. Normal Norman. I love that. Game Freak ran out of ideas. I'm at like day 3 of testimony. There were 2 quote-unquote mission specialists, aka the people who pay money to go on the submersible, and they basically were both apologists who absolutely drank the Kool-Aid of Ocean Gate, and their testimony is pretty much in the face of everyone else who has testified. So it's been illuminating, and none of it's surprising. And if it does interest you, you can look up Ocean Gate testimony, U.S. Coast Guard. U.S. Coast Guard has a channel on YouTube. Ah, okay, gotcha. I have not played any of the mainline games, and I never really focused on story. So it was just something that occurred to me a while ago, and I didn't have any Pokemon Masters in my chat to be like, no, that's not true. And it's like, oh, okay. So let me pull up the video. There we go. So now we're gonna start working on the fight for Claire. You can bait a taunt if you have a move that affects the target. So the idea is I'm gonna go in with a Mon that has like Feather Dance or something, and then you that's taunt instead of Stealth Rock. So the idea is you get to kill them without having the Stealth Rock go off, and it sometimes works. Oh, okay, let's see. Oh, I actually never noticed that. I actually thought he had silver hair, or silver grayish, rather than anything else. Also, that twerking Nitto is pretty funny.
Non-consensual freak-off parties where the unwilling participants were often beaten and given drugs and IVs to continue in these marathon sessions, and 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant to facilitate these crazy bacchanalia. Yeah, these allegations are bad. Yeah, 12 months ago, Mayor Eric Adams gave Dibby the key to...
And that is important language, because this hasn't been proven yet. It's still all allegedly, but there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of video recordings, and you love that Diddy had the foresight to be like, you know what? I'm gonna get busted eventually, so I'm gonna record everything, even though his intent was to use it for blackmail and even more coercion, much like Epstein did, much like other abusers do. I'll leak your nudes if you don't continue. And then that's on top of, I'm also gonna ruin your career if you don't do what I say.
To New York City. Well, apparently Mayor Adams finally got something right, because Sean Combs has apparently been a very bad person.
Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
About damn time.
The Department of Justice has charged Combs with sex trafficking, racketeering, and interstate prostitution. Yes, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy or P. Diddy, may be facing up to life imprisonment for his alleged crimes. Now, our last video on Combs detailed the reasons why federal agents from Homeland Security joined with local law enforcement to raid his Los Angeles and Miami properties in what turned out to be a sex trafficking investigation. The evidence seized in those raids forms the basis of this indictment. Assistant U.S. Attorney Damien Williams said,
the indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
The indictment comes on the heels of several people filing lawsuits against Combs for allegedly beating, drugging, and forcing women to perform sex acts, which were sometimes recorded. Combs denied the allegations, but as more lawsuits were filed, evidence started to leak out. CNN obtained a 2016 hotel surveillance video showing Combs violently grabbing, shoving, dragging, and kicking his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura down the...
And that plays into what Bruce was talking about yesterday, when Diddy's lawyer was making statements on the steps of whatnot. All these charges are fake. He didn't do anything. He's innocent. Meanwhile, literally evidence of it happening. No, that wasn't me. I swear it was someone else, you know? Like, come on.
The hall. Combs then apologized.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted.
He can't be that disgusted because he kept doing it, you know?
And I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy.
Oh no, therapy.
Sure, sorry now, but the Cassie video seemed to be the tipping point. More women and
men let's see what else.
Allegations. Former employees said they witnessed abuse, and then the FBI raided the properties. The Department of Justice said the video of Combs assaulting Cassie was part of a pattern of conduct where Combs forced women to participate in sex acts with commercial sex workers. The indictment also says Combs...
And the first time I heard about that, I don't know if this was Cassie, but one of the victims was 17-year-old. She was in 11th grade, and she was out at a club at night or something. Diddy's people saw her, more or less encouraged her to meet Diddy for a liaison of the sexual kind, plied her with drugs and alcohol, proceeded to group SA her multiple times, and then basically like dropped her off at her home the same day so she could go to school.
Combs went to great lengths to cover up his crimes. For example, quote, when a member of the hotel security staff intervened to help Cassie, Combs attempted...
And covering up a crime, that's consciousness of guilt. Trying to plan the crime in a way that you would get away with it, trying to bribe victims, having your cronies get video footage, etc., coercing people into silence. He can't be like, oh, I didn't know what I was doing was wrong.
To bribe the staff member to ensure silence. And all that brought us to this moment. Combs was arrested on several counts: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, of course, as always, these are only allegations. They have not yet been proven, and Combs maintains that he is not guilty, and the government still needs to prove his case in a court of law. But the first count is for RICO conspiracy. Now, we've covered the basics of RICO charges before in many videos about Donald Trump and Young Thug. RICO refers to the Federal Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is codified in 18 U.S.C. 1961 through 1968. RICO is a federal law that was originally designed to combat organized crime. It allows for both criminal and civil actions against individuals or organizations engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. Racketeering can include a range of criminal acts.
I think I'm gonna try leading with Swana.
Drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and more. And to prove a RICO
because
violation,
the
prosecutor must first show that the defendants had an enterprise, and an enterprise is any group of people associated with each other for a common purpose. Second, there needs to be a pattern of racketeering activity, which means at least 2 acts of racketeering within a 10-year period. These are known as predicate acts. And third, there has to be a connection between the defendant and the management of the enterprise.
And if you're not familiar with RICO, it more or less came about as a way to hold like mafiosos and gangsters accountable, being able to prosecute crimes that would be hard to get them to stick, especially because more often than not, the crime wasn't committed by John Mafia. John Mafia had people below him that did it.
Through the illegal activities. And passing the RICO statute wasn't so much about being tougher on any individual crime, but about being able to prosecute crimes that were often hard to prosecute. And the indictment says that, quote, the Combs enterprise consisted of Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. P.D., a.k.a. Love, the defendant, entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, individuals employed by and associated with the Combs business, and others known and unknown. The indictment claims the purpose of the enterprise was operating a global business in the
I don't know if it's going to work the way I want. This is probably going to take a few tries.
Power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs. The indictment says Combs demanded, quote, absolute loyalty, and the people involved in the enterprise sought to enrich themselves, and Combs rewarded, quote, those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes.
The road to the bad is definitely...
Yeah, don't worry about it, Magica. I hope you have fun. Stay safe. Take care. And hopefully things work out smooth. Otherwise, at the very latest, tomorrow, I'll be starting Monofire. Thank you for stopping by. Take care. And the language in Diddy from this interview, it's pretty telling of... It sounds like he's running a cult, you know? Oh yeah, you gotta surround people with the same wavelength of energy, and you gotta make sure blah, blah, blah. Like, if I didn't know it, that this was like a trafficking bad boy entertainment, I think he was a cult leader.
Tied to your team and the company that you keep. If you are surrounding yourself with different energies that's not on the same wavelength as you, if they not praying for you, inspiring you, supporting you, or showing you a better way, remove them immediately.
As to the third element, according to the government, Combs was the leader of the enterprise and he directed his associates to, quote, lure female victims into his orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims
Honestly,
to
I think I'm going to use...
sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as, among other things, freak-offs.
Gyarados for this.
Allegations are pretty graphic, so you can skip ahead to this time code if it might upset you.
It's not that graphic,
The indictment says
TBH.
the freak-offs sometimes lasted for several days in a row. Quote, during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept video he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from physical exertion and drugs. And to pull this off, Combs needed the cooperation of dozens of people. And the indictment says just about everyone in his orbit was in on it. Quote, supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees. These employees were responsible for the logistics, like booking hotel rooms, setting up lighting, stocking the rooms with lubricant and linens, arranging travel for the victims, and delivering IVs and cash. Now, you're probably wondering whether these people could face charges for participating in these events. Well, hold that thought because we'll get there. But during the freak-offs, the victims were subjected to serious physical abuse, including punching, kicking, dragging, and having objects thrown at them. At times, their injuries took weeks to heal.
No, I'm not going to bother with that. I have a different idea.
Physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. When the FBI raided Combs' Florida,
I might use Noivern just due to how fast she is.
Including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Now, the predicate offense.
There's also a lot of fire, so I think I am going to use a rain team to at least fizzle it out somewhat.
Federal crimes that were cited as foundations for the RICO conspiracy charge. Quote, members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in or attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The arson allegation stands out because that probably involved Kid Cudi. Although
I did not know about the arson.
For more than a decade, there was a rumor that Diddy put a car bomb in Kid Cudi's car because he was angry that Cudi had been texting Cassie Ventura. Reporter Gavin Godfrey
absolutely unhinged small dick energy behavior.
That, quote, in February 2012, during Paris Fashion Week, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cudi was home with his friends when it happened.
We're not going to be stalling on this because I need the weather to be a thing.
And Combs is accused of possession with intent to distribute narcotics, including benzos, ketamine, cocaine, meth, and GHB, which is known as a date rape.
I'm going to have it be
gun crimes. The FBI seized
defense up, attack down, because I know I'm not going to outspeed.
2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Now, penalties for a RICO conspiracy include up to 20 years in federal prison, but Combs could face an even longer term due to the underlying predicate crimes, sex trafficking and prostitution, among others. the government is seeking forfeiture of any assets or property derived from or involved in the criminal enterprise. But that raises the question, why RICO at all? There's lots of illegal stuff that's illegal on its own here. Well, the obvious answer is probably the statute of limitations. A lot of the alleged
I'm gonna grab
conduct
Ice
took place,
Beam.
decades ago.
A few of the
when statute of
dragons
limitations
have a
passed.
4x
So
weakness to it.
Charge it as a crime straight up. They can use it as a predicate act as part of a RICO enterprise. Now, obviously, if you're accused of leading a RICO enterprise, you want a good lawyer.
All right.
But what a great lawyer my law firm, the Eagle Team,
Let's
can
see.
help. If you've gotten into a
I'm
car
gonna
crash, suffered
skip
data
the
breach,
ad.
especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying it's
Alright.
coercion by threatening serious harm or physical restraint, or convincing a person that failure to perform an act would result in
Flip
serious harm
turn
or
is
restraint, or by
useful.
threatening to
That's why
abuse the
we're
law or
keeping
the
it,
process.
so I can
The
pivot
indictment
out.
against Combs alleges that he, quote, recruited, enticed,
I think
harbored,
she can learn
transported,
Ice
and
Beam.
detained a person known
Let me
as
double
Victim
check.
One, and willfully caused her to engage in
Yes,
commercial sex
awesome.
acts,
That's huge.
knowing and in reckless
Alright.
disregard of the fact that Victim 1 was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, or coercion. People often think of human or sex trafficking as someone being snatched off the street.
No,
and
I'm
sold
gonna
into
ditch flip
slavery,
turn.
But the more common scenario is exactly something like this, where a vulnerable victim is recruited by a powerful person, promising something of value. Like
And trafficking is huge. It's massive in the Middle East, in various third world countries. It's also a problem in the US with social media. Hey, you want to do some modeling? Hey, you want to meet up for this? Next thing you know, they're being trafficked. And something as simple compared to like Liam Neeson taken trafficking would be the example where it's like, oh yeah, Diddy's people met this cute girl at a place and they persuaded her under false pretenses to meet Diddy. She gets plied with substances, she gets group SA'd, and this was also across state lines, which violates the Mann Act, which is crossing state lines for the express purpose of sex stuff. Sex work.
housing, money, relationship, drugs, or career opportunities. The women who sued Combs described this pattern. For example, in 2023, Jane Doe filed a lawsuit against Combs, alleging men working for Combs met her at a nightclub in Detroit, promised to introduce her to Combs, and they allegedly escorted her to a private jet and flew her to a recording studio.
And that's the
in New
example I
Jersey,
was just
where she
talking
met
about.
with Combs. She claims that they plied her with drugs and alcohol and then gang raped her. And once a trafficker gains the victim's trust, they often isolate them from friends, family, and support groups.
That's the
By making
signs
the
of
victim
a
dependent on them,
coercive
they limit the victim's
controller.
options to
It's
leave or
all
seek help.
intentional.
Cassie Ventura's
It's
lawsuit
very
described this
calculated.
scenario. She met Combs when she was 19 and he was 37. Quote, within months, in February 2006, Miss Ventura signed a 10-album deal with Mr. Combs' record label.
I wanted, Cassie to, everybody to meet Cassie. Y'all know that's and hear the story directly from my mouth.
Once she was financially dependent on Combs, he then, quote, asserted complete control over Miss Ventura's personal and professional life. Ventura alleged that she was trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking.
Absolutely.
This indictment doesn't name the victims, but it does say that Combs engaged in this sort of pattern of abuse in that he manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. Combs and his helpers, quote, ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers.
And that's another way to literally control them. People are more pliable when high, drunk, addicted, etc.
He also, quote, used these sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure that he continued to silence the victims.
And I'm glad he did that, because that evidence is going to be huge. None of this, I didn't do it, you know?
Now, the federal crime of transportation to engage in prostitution is governed by 18 U.S.C. 2421, which is part of the Mann Act. And as we've covered before, the Mann Act was born during the white slavery hysteria of the early 20th century. The law criminalizes the transportation of individuals across state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution or other illegal activities. And famous people prosecuted under the Mann Act, often under extremely dubious circumstances, historically, include Jack Johnson, the boxer, actor Charlie Chaplin, singer Chuck Berry, architect Frank Lloyd Wright, and former New York Governor Elliot Spitzer. Yeah, so historically, the Mann Act was used to arrest black entertainers.
I guess I'll go Infiltrator.
It doesn't have a great
None of
history.
them are
The
really
United States
good.
knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce commerce with the intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same. Dwight Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution.
And he did
Finally, in Section 2421,
use sex workers by having the women at the freak-offs have sex with male sex workers.
Not part of this indictment, but has been a rumor in the past, or if there are aggravating factors like coercion or violence, the penalties can be significantly enhanced under other sections of the Mann Act or related trafficking statutes. So what about all of those other people who allegedly helped Combs abuse women for decades? Well, Combs' former bodyguard, Roger Bonds, appeared on several talk shows to describe all the violence that he witnessed.
I remember making it in the band when he threw a chair at Lorianne Gibson. He threw the chair,
papers and
you know, she quit after that. She was like, I'm not there. She came back some years later, but even then, guess what? We looked at it like it was okay. I didn't see nobody say nothing about domestic violence when you created this monster because you just seen him throw a chair at a person. But at that time, right, we didn't look at it like, oh, he has a problem. Yeah, I knew it. You know what I'm saying?
So Bonds raises a good point about people knowing what was happening and failing to intervene.
Exactly. Failure to act. That will let some be held accountable.
But the indictment claims that Combs and his team threatened and intimidated witnesses to keep them from talking. Quote, members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs' security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. And here's a moment Bonds was talking about when Combs threw the chair at Gibson.
Turn the cameras off. You can get disrespectful.
I have a few ideas here. Okay, let's see.
The screen went black for a few seconds, there was a loud noise, and then everyone in the studio looked shocked. And Combs continued to berate Gibson. And lots of people witnessed this, and the full video might be even more damning. Lorianne Gibson filed a police report, and sources close to
keep
Combs
dragging
said
polls.
The argument was just for TV, and that Gibson overreacted. But the police evidently bought the story, and presumably they.
We're also going to grab taunt because we are faster.
And the NYPD did not charge anyone. And that's one of the things that makes this case potentially so galling is that women reported Combs to the police,
and nothing was done.
But it's worth remembering that the only reason survivors were able to file lawsuits against Combs was because of a new law in New York. In 2022, New York passed the Adult Survivors Act, which gave victims a one-year window from November 24, 2022 to November 4, 2023 to sue their alleged assailants, even if the statute of limitations had expired. And in this case, the law seems to have worked exactly as intended because
thankfully,
came forward,
there's crimes like murder that have no statute of limitations.
Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly.
All right, let's take on Claire.
If you witness any criminal activity or participation in it, it's better to make a deal with the government right now before it's too late and you get charged. Because apparently dozens of people helped Combs commit these crimes.
Absolutely.
Now, some people might already be cooperating with the government, but
all right, we're gonna save.
And if you look at everything Roger Bonds is saying, for example,
and let's see how this goes.
Here he is telling Piers Morgan he witnessed violence against women and never did anything about it.
How many times did you personally witness him be violent?
I'm gonna get rid of that now that I'm not doing the Sandstorm fight.
Around 4 or 5 times.
And was that all with Cassie, or was it Cassie and other women?
I seen him with Cassie, and I seen him with Kim Porter, his kid's mom.
Right, who's now sadly no longer with us. What did you see him do?
Yeah, I think we're good.
I've seen them get physical. I've seen them
Save.
get really physical.
Let's see how this plays out.
There was one time that Cassie
ideally, because I have Feather Dance, Aerodactyl will go taunt, so it won't Stealth Rock.
I was the one that was checking.
And if it does Stealth Rock, I'm gonna have to do a defog.
So I know that to be true. I seen him get into some.
Okay, yep, taunt, that's fine.
There is a federal crime called misprision of felony, which is defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 4. Quote, whoever having knowledge of the actual commission of a felony cognizable.
Oh, are you kidding me?
And does not, as soon as possible, make known the same to some judge or other person.
I thought I had the right Barry. Maybe I did not. Let's see.
Not more than 3 years or both. So if a person has knowledge of a felony and conceals it and doesn't report
Chardy
it
is
to the authorities,
rock,
that person has committed a
and
crime.
I still
Now, prosecutors
died.
don't charge people
So I
under
think I
statute
gotta
often,
do
but the indictment
Focus
claims that
Sash
people
then
helped
instead,
conceal the crimes.
and
On
hope
phone
that does
calls,
the
Combs
trick.
and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things,
Okay.
provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions.
Where is
so
my
there are
Focus
recordings,
Sash?
and the prosecutors have them.
Oh,
Bonds
thank
and
you.
everyone else on
Very
Combs' payroll should probably
cool.
be going around. Now, Combs
Yeah.
has pleaded not guilty. He
Okay,
surrendered his
items.
passport in April. His family surrendered their passports as
No.
part of the proposed bail package.
No.
And he also put his private jet up for sale.
No,
Now,
no.
notwithstanding, the government wanted Combs
Ah,
held in
there it
pretrial
is.
detention without
Thank
bail.
you.
Combs argued that some of the allegations in the indictment were from many years earlier, when he was younger and more immature. But the
yeah,
AUSA
no.
argued that that was irrelevant, as both Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein were held without bail based on criminal conduct that was several
Exactly.
years old. But Combs' lawyer argued that Combs' case is
I
different
mean, the
from
lawyer's
many
just doing
other
his job.
high-profile trafficking
We all
cases
deserve a
because
right
he was not
for
charged with
zealous
crimes against the
advocacy.
minor. He argued, quote, Jeffrey Epstein children, Keith Rainier children. We have a substantial bail
All right,
package.
that's
Some
fine.
family members are here. They love him. A $50 million bond secured by a $40
So no
million
matter
piece of
what,
property on August 20th.
it's
we paid
gonna
off
stealth
the $18
rock.
million
That's an issue.
mortgage. Now that last detail is pretty interesting because it looks like
Okay, Nick
knew he was being
Anernal.
indicted. So in August, he paid off the $18 million mortgage on his Miami home so he could offer the property as collateral for the bond. The home is
We
located
do have
on
Focus
West Star Island
Sash,
and
so
was
maybe
appraised
I don't
for
need to get rid of
$48
Stealth
million.
Rock.
He also offered the equity on his mother's home. The
All
agency
right.
also had concerns about Combs
We
fleeing the
didn't
country,
love
but
that it
wasn't
got the
only reason the
poison,
government opposed
but
the bond.
honestly,
On
that's kind of
September 10th,
okay.
Don Richards of the band Danity Kane
We're
filed a
gonna
lawsuit alleging
use
Combs sexually and
Togekiss
verbally
to
abused her for
defog.
nearly 10 years. In the suit, she said Kalena Harper witnessed Combs abusing Cassie. Harper denied it, but the AUSA said Combs
I'm
called
gonna
her
get hit
54
with, like,
times
flare
before
cannon
she
or
issued
whatever.
public denial. The
So
government's
we
position
wanna
was that
swap
this
out?
was witness intimidation. They argued that Combs
All
has
right.
been reaching out to
So
several
yeah, it's gonna
witnesses
be
and
flash
witnesses
cannon.
told the
I
DOJ they felt
apologize.
intimidated
All
and
right.
scared of Combs. The AUSA also pointed out that Combs had weapons in his home and that his alleged criminal conduct was ongoing. They also found drugs in Combs' hotel room during the arrest. Combs' lawyer argued that his client was
We're gonna go Gliscor.
witnesses and that he had lots of reasons to contact them. He also said
That
quote, "These
hurt
toxic
more than I thought it
relationships were
would.
mutual.
I
Now
don't
he's
love
trying
it.
to be better for the rest of his days." The judge said, and I'm paraphrasing here based on the report by Matthew
I don't think
Russell
I live another
There
one.
has been significant violence and weapons around. Also, coercion of witnesses, even gentle coercion can be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind
I'm gonna
closed
set the
doors.
weather.
I thank your family members for coming, but I cannot release him. You can find Matthew Russell Lee at theinnercitypress.com. His report
Very
on what happens in
nice,
the Southern
okay.
District of New York
We're
has been
doing
indispensable
well.
for this case and lots of others.
Monster
The Combs
Energy.
appeal is denial of bail
I'm gonna
and
die
hearing is set
here if
for
I stay
September
in.
18th. And on appeal,
I
Combs updated
have
his bail
double
package
speed.
to address the trial judge's
So I'm gonna go
concern that he was a
Mantine.
flight risk and posed danger to the
Okay.
community. Combs proposed that he would imprison himself inside of his Star Island compound without visitors, quote, except
I'm gonna
for
go
family,
Ice
property
Beam.
caretakers and friends.
The
who are not
double speed
considered
is really
co-conspirators.
nice.
The problem with
Oh,
this
not
is
enough.
that it's hard to say which of his friends and employees
We
wouldn't be
do have
considered
Battery
co-conspirators
Berry.
at this point. He offered to use private security, but several courts
Nice,
have
no
already
flinch.
rejected
Love
that
to
in
see
other
it.
cases.
Okay,
Combs' lawyer
gouging
said, quote, "He's
fire.
never run from a challenge, and he will not run from this one. Instead, he takes his challenges head on. He moves towards them confidently and with the assurance that right is on his
Honestly,
side."
I'm gonna go Moonblast.
I'm a savage. Whatever I want to do.
So that's one Dragon Dance.
Unsurprisingly, the government took a different
Okay.
view of Combs' history and personal characteristics. Quote, "The
Two
defendant's
Dragon
years long use of
Dances.
Force and coercion speaks directly to dangerousness."
I wish I
And
had
the government confirmed that
E-speed,
there is, in fact, more than one
but
victim.
at
Quote,
the same
"To be clear, despite the
time,
indictment naming
it
only one victim in
probably
count
would
two,
not kill.
This case is not about just one victim.
Okay.
The government's
I mean, now
evidence
it
to date,
would've,
including
but
the defendant's
yeah.
own
Oh well.
communications,
All right.
demonstrates that the defendant has used force and coercion against multiple victims. Combs argued that the only reason he had recently been speaking with witnesses is because he didn't know
Okay,
he was
not
supposed to stop
great,
communicating with
but-
them. The prosecutors not surprisingly called
Okay,
BS. Quote,
Dragonite
"The
is the only
defendant has
one
been aware
left.
of the government's investigation in this case
I'm-
since at least in or about January
It's gonna
2024,
E-speed,
and
I
even
think.
directly following the
I'm gonna
filing of the
Tailwind.
lawsuit in
No,
November
it did not,
2023.
okay.
The defendant was
We're
aware
gonna
of the potential
go
for criminal
you.
charges. Nevertheless, since that time,
Oh, no.
the defendant has continued his long-standing pattern
So,
of engaging in
honestly,
obstructive conduct.
not
And the government
bad,
said Combs has been contacting
but
grand jury
it didn't
witnesses.
play out the way I
The fact
needed
is,
it
the
to.
defendant has
So we're
personally
running
and
back.
repeatedly contacted multiple
Okay.
witnesses, including at
Let's
least
see.
one he himself knew was a grand jury witness. The defendant contacted these witnesses, including at least one whom he had not been in contact with for years after they were
All
served
right.
leading up to the date that they were required to appear before the grand jury. And the government also had harsh words for Combs' lawyer. Quote, "Just yesterday,
Okay.
in a bail argument and a subsequent appearance on CNN, defense counsel
Okay.
impugned the allegations made by a statutory victim, challenging the motivation and timing of her claims. In addition to being factually
Ideally,
inaccurate, this sort of attack has
no
multiple
poison.
risks set forth in
We didn't get
Local
poisoned.
Code
Okay, that's
14.1.
huge.
It also can be expected to intimidate other
I
witnesses
don't
who may
think
feel
I'm
tremendous
faster,
pressure not to
though,
go against the
here.
defendant. Local Rule 23.1 prohibits attorneys from publicly challenging the credibility of
and I can't come back in.
Said the defense
So
emphasized the huge power imbalance between his client and the victims and
yeah,
witnesses.
okay.
So not surprisingly, the judge denied bail. He said that the Ventura video was quite disturbing. He was concerned that Combs might try to contact
Moderna, I'm gonna defog.
Acute risk of witness tampering, and the
Shift gear, not great.
So Combs was sent to the Metropolitan Detention
I'm gonna go
Center
into list
Brooklyn,
score.
which has been plagued by horrific conditions and confinement.
You gotta be kidding me.
Took his own life at MDC in 2019. And the Bureau of Prisons put Combs on procedural suicide watch, a precautionary status because he's a high-profile inmate. And now all sorts of new allegations about Combs are surfacing in the media.
All right.
Memoir, allegedly written by Kim Porter, was released just days before
I'm gonna set the weather.
The music producer who published the book claims that Porter gave, quote, her close friends a flash drive with manuscript
you hate to see it.
and the book became an instant bestseller. The book claims that Combs forced himself on minors and was responsible for 3 murders.
Okay.
Of course, these allegations are not corroborated, and some of Porter's friends doubt she had anything to do with the manuscript. And it may be unrelated, but many high-profile celebrities
you hate to see it.
have been deleting their presence on social media. So we probably haven't heard the last of the fallout.
Okay.
And as for defenses based on what happened,
It's
at the
probably
venue, it looks like
dual
Combs is
wing
going to
beat.
argue that the sexual encounters were consensual.
He is faster.
And consent
Boo.
is a complete defense to all the sex trafficking charges under section
the
1591,
speed.
unless the victims are minors, which is not.
So I
alleged
mean
here
that
yet.
wasn't
Though
bad,
ICC is seeking indictment
but
at
I
some
do
point.
think I have to
And for
change the
that charge,
team.
Combs is accused of paying
Okay.
for male sex
I'll
workers
try
to travel
one
across
more
the United
time.
to have sex with the alleged victims. Now, consent is not a defense to the Man Act charge. To get a conviction there, the DOJ only needs to prove that Combs paid male sex.
So that's similar to statutory offenses, like statutory R word. You don't have to prove other motives. All you have to prove is the one person at X age and is the other person at an age greater that fits the law. So that's another thing to consider. So it's like, oh, do we have proof that he did this? Do we have proof that he paid for these workers? Do we likely have evidence via video footage that this occurred? Okay, so it's not going to be hard to prove a lot of this.
Sex workers, and then they cross state lines, regardless of whether the alleged victims consented. So after that, click on this link over here.
All right.
Legal, or I'll see you in court.
All right, we die no matter what. I'm gonna go Toga Kiss. That's not the answer. Okay. So how am I doing this differently? I think I'm gonna have to use Aerodactyl, and I'll go speed up. That way I'm able to outspeed their Aerodactyl. Let's see. I could also do Prankster, but then I'm not doing anything and it will just end up swapping out, you know? And that would be Murkrow with Eviolite. And it would still die because the stat difference is so huge. Okay. So this will be my, whatnot. It is fast enough to taunt. I'm gonna give it taunt. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna ditch Crunch. I'm gonna ditch Dual Wing Beat. And then I think I can do Ice Fang. Maybe? No, I'll go Iron Head for the flinch chance. So yeah, that was Legal Eagle breaking down the indictment of P. Diddy, how complex it is, and hopefully between the coverage that CLR Bruce Rivers did and this, from Legal Eagle, you have a better idea of what's going on, that it's going to take a long time. There's a lot of evidence, thanks to P. Diddy himself, of what he did. I honestly think he never figured he would get caught because he's been doing it for a long time, and he has a quote-unquote support group or organization basically doing everything with him and allowing him to get away with it. So it had to happen eventually, and I'm glad he got busted. All right. We'll do that. I may also have to bring in Delibird because Fake Out and E-Speed is super good against dragons. I don't really want to because it's going to die to like literally everything else, but you know. Okay. hoping because I'll be Mega Aerodactyl, I'll be faster and I'll be able to taunt a non-Mega Aerodactyl. That's the idea. Okay. Ah, I didn't even change who was leading. That's on me. Brain. Okay. Oh wow, I never even gave it more levels. Silly me. Okay. Honestly, I didn't think it was gonna be this bad. I feel a little silly. I mean, it's not bad, but it's normal. And normal isn't effective against anyone, so. All right, so the idea is we'll be faster, we taunt, then we just kill a rock slide, since it is a flyer. All right. Actually, no, we'll go Iron Head. Maybe we get the flinch. Focus Sash, that's not surprising. The important thing is no Stealth Rock. We are faster, so we're gonna go Earthquake. Terry's basically dead. Okay. Nice. I may have to go Sash for this one. No, I don't. Okay. We are going to be outsped here. Yeah, okay. Oh, the flinch. You hate to see it. This is probably a reset now. Nice. Okay. I think I know I'm still faster. No, I'm not. I lied. Huh. That's actually surprising. I legit thought I would be faster. Okay. This is not looking better. Okay. So, not bad. I used Neuburn thinking I would be faster, and sadly I was not. So that changes everything. So yeah, it's 121, and I'm 123, yet it still got to go first, so that's an issue. Okay, let's see. Honestly, I'll go speed up, and maybe that'll let me do it. Alright, let's see. I think that'll be enough then. Yeah, we'll go Timid. That was definitely better. Alright. Also, now that I know we're not using defog, I'm gonna add E-Speed back, so I have a priority move. And instead of Assault Vest, I'm gonna use something else here. All right. I think that'll work. All right, run this back. All right, no taunt. We Iron Head. We Iron Head again. We Earthquake. That's honestly fine. It kills itself in a video game. We're gonna take this chance to set weather. I'm gonna do Tailwind. All right. Nice, love to see it. Okay, I'm dead here no matter what. So I'm gonna swap out to someone else that I know I can get away with. All right. That's gonna be an issue. Magarna. All right, that's fine. Damn it, that's not ideal. Right, because fairy. Yeah, I fucked up. Feels bad, man. I need the assault vest if I have to use Gligar against Magearna. The citrus was intended for the gouging flame matchup. So we have to do it that way. Which is fine. We're figuring out which ways, quote unquote, don't work, you know? Alright. Very nice. We got the flinch there. That was fucking huge. This is stab, so it's gonna come out ahead over earthquake. That's huge. 2 flinches in a row. Technically 3 because of the enemy Aerodactyl. I am faster. Okay, Naganadel, we go Earthquake. We probably die, but it's honestly fine. Nice. This is fucking huge. Okay, not bad. All right. That's huge. That's the difference with RNG. Sometimes you get literally no flinches and they flinch you every single time. Sometimes you get a billion flinches and it works really well. All right. Okay, I think I can. No, I can't. Okay. We're gonna set the drizzle. We're gonna be faster. Okay, not great. Nice. All right, fucking huge. You'll love to see it. So I'm gonna try to run this team against Rival and see how it goes. I know who he leads with. All right. We're also probably gonna get some roamers because they'll be rather useful. So for example, like Landorus, Thundurus, Enamorus, etc. All right. Thank you. And then it's, let's double check the docs. Okay, Rival's gonna have Squirtle. So let's find that. There we go. All right. We are faster, so it's actually not that bad. We're gonna save one more time. Let's see if this team can take it from the get-go. Sometimes they can. Okay. Not great. I am faster, so it won't be able to shell smash. Haha, suck a dick. All right. I don't exactly have anything for this though, so that's not amazing. Yeah, I may have to actually put someone who can win here. Yep, so I don't have anything that beats water. So right off the jump, I have to change the team a bunch. But honestly, it's kind of fine because it was to be expected, you know? Okay, so let's see. We're not doing a rain team because there's not as much, if any, fire in this setup. We're gonna grab Light W. And we're gonna grab Zapdos. No, Memento's garbage. You basically feint to do a thing. It's not great, you know? All right. I'm probably gonna ditch Noivern as well now that I think about it. No drill pack. If I were to do a rain team, Thunder would actually be very pog, but I'm not gonna because Blastoise is stronger in rain. So, all right. Let's see how this works out. I'll give Zapdos Thunder because Discharge is not a double battle. All right. Let's try to run that back. All right. Interesting. Okay. Not a fan. Oh, this is gonna hurt. That's probably Sucker Punch. Yep. Sadly. Very nice. Light W. Beautiful. I'm very lightly outsped here, but I'm gonna try. Nope. Get fucked. All right. It doesn't fly. It doesn't float. I don't think. I'm gonna go for stab because it's stronger. We taunt. No shell smash. You love to see it. Sadly, Light W is dead, but we do have Zapdos. Oh boy. Not great, but it's livable. And honestly, we're fine. All right, off to the second action replay team, aka Brendan's bullshit. And we're gonna want to lead with Honchkrow with a Focus Sash because Deoxys. It's a really gross team he has as well. All right, then we'll grab all the roamers that I need. We're also gonna do some mono coverage after we beat Brendan. I hope everyone's doing well. VOD friends, lurkers. Hope you've had a great Tuesday so far. All right. And because we do have flyers, we are absolutely going to want to grab heavy duty boots from the Victory Road, since multiple teams have stealth rocks. Okay. All right, we save right here. Now we're going to change up our team to beat Brendan. All right. I'm gonna ditch Noivern for now. I'm gonna keep Light W. I'm gonna ditch Zapdos. We're gonna grab Honchkrow. And we're also gonna grab Delibird, because that'll be good for Landorus and it'll be good for Sceptile. Provided I find it. And provided I'm not losing my mind. There we go. Very good. Alright. Just need to get all their levels up and then we'll be good to run it. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna give him the Focus Sash. We're gonna give you Never Melt Ice because you're only using priority moves. All right, I think that'll be fine. All right, Titania, let's go. Oh, it is a hat. I see that now. Yeah, I always thought it was hair. Sucker Punch. Oh, right. Because when you have someone with, yeah. So that's already a reset. I totally forgot about that part. The part being, if you have two Mon with a priority moves, the other one that's faster always goes first. So that's a problem. Oh no. Awkward. There you go. Not great. Okay. Nice. And we got Moxie. Very huge. Very pog. It's gonna attack me, so I'm just gonna get some chip damage in. Ah, you hate to see it, truly. Okay. We're gonna fake out. Swap into Togekiss. That was definitely not what I wanted to do. I'm basically out of Mon, so I don't have anyone for this now, you know. Oh yes, just oops all the flinches. Yeah, this is a reset. Okay. So I need to have someone alive for Jirachi, and I didn't have anyone for Jirachi. So, alright. I may have to end up ditching Togekiss for this fight. Alright, it's gonna ease speed. Fake out. Let's score. Of course. Son of a bitch, that hurt. Not a fan. Sucker Punch. Landorus. Oh, it's not enough. This might be, though. Fucking Jirachi. I think it goes under. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, right, because it's choice scarfed. I totally forgot. Okay. I think I'm gonna end up ditching Light W in this fight. Okay. Nice. Huge. Huge. Alright. This is probably gonna be a random move because I'm so low on HP. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change this team, it looks like. Nope. Alright. So yeah, we can get rid of Togekiss and we can get rid of Jump Bluff. Okay. And that's fine. Can't win them all. Okay. Not bad, but not doing enough otherwise. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna bring Dragonite because inner focus means I don't get the flinch, and then I'll hold a Cherry Berry, so no Thunder Wave. Okay. Let me make sure it is still on inner focus. It is. Good. That's what matters. She can also learn Earthquake, which is gonna be really nice. I'm also gonna grab Fire Punch. Ditch Aqua Tail. Where are you, Rare Candy? There you are. No Hurricane because I'm a physical attacker. Cherry Berry. Earthquake instead of Dual Wing Beat. And then the last slot, I'm gonna use Jugulus. And I'm also gonna go, I'm gonna stick with Charty Berry for now. I'll use Aeroblast for now. Alright, let's run that and see how it goes. Let's save. Alright, so we Sucker Punch. We swap into Delibird. We fake out. We go into Dragonite. Earthquake. Oh yeah, it's still faster because of Choice Scarf. It's locked into Zen Headbutt though, which is kind of funny. Lamau. Alright, Landorus, let's get some cheap damage in. Delibird with the fake out. Huntail. This is not great. We're gonna E-Speed. We're gonna E-Speed. This may have been a mistake. Oh, come on. That's brutal. You hate to see it. Okay. This is gonna hurt. Yeah. Nice. And then Zapdos. Yeah, this is not ideal. So that was definitely better, but not great, you know? Like adding Dragonite was very good, but I'm not sure how else I'm doing it yet. Alright. Okay, swap into Delibird. Fake out. Jirachi. Let's go Dragonite. It's locked into Zen Headbutt, so now we can go into Titania. Sucker Punch, Landorus. Alright. Fake out. It's probably gonna want to go Zen Headbutt again. I'm gonna hope it goes Zen Headbutt. It'll go Thunder Punch, okay. Not bad. Like, I'm not gonna say I love it, but I think this will be enough between Fake Out and E-Speed. Okay, very good. Also E-Speed. And E-Speed again. So yeah, turns out a refrigerate boosted E-Speed, it's kind of gross. So yeah, that worked. Awesome. I'm gonna take a short break. We're gonna come back. We're gonna watch some Pallas Cat videos. Then I'm gonna make my way through Victory Road and grab all the roamers that I need. All right. Brab. All right. All right, we're back. We're gonna pull up some Pallas Cat videos. Let's see what we can find. Ideally, we get some new ones, and if not, I'll have to watch other cat videos. I feel like I'm, even with exploring the Russian content creators that have made mono videos, I feel like we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, you know? Let's see. It's annoying that even with knowing the channel name, you can't always pull it up. Also, Big Sag, the last time Travel for Animals actually uploaded was 4 months ago. So it's like Zam, you know? We're gonna go with this. We got a Pallas cat, very likely in Budapest Zoo because that's where all these ones have been taken from. Apparently doing well. We love doing well. He looks so long. Oh, the Pete's! Also, I like the trumpets. I think Taro will like this. Oh, the little feet! The orange in the coat. The golden yellow eyes. Such a good looking boy. Very dignified. Absolutely adorable stripy tail. Taro the other day was saying he looks like a tanuki, you know, Japanese raccoon. Mario had the costume of it. Ooh, twitchy tail. They use that to distract their prey. Oh. And a little pink nose too. And now that it's becoming wintry, I mean it's basically October next week, the model are gonna be really bulking up fur-wise so they can handle -30 and even lower temps. I mean, they don't love that it's cold, but they're absolutely built for it, which is what matters. So yeah, that was such a good boy. Let's find another one. Oh, here's another one. This is Isen and Alani. Those are the 6 Meownwell at the Budapest Zoo. That's 2 of them, obviously. I love that they have like their own enclosure.
I'll go to see what Alani is doing.
Oh god, this is apparently that AI voice, so I'm gonna mute it. But yeah, this is Travel for Animals. Pretty much all their footage is of animals at a zoo in Budapest. A good bit of it is the Pallas cats. Then there's like the fishing cat. There's polar bears, etc. I do love that despite how floofy and chunky they can still jump really high and are more agile than their appearances would lead on to believe. That one looks so over everything. But yeah, now that someone pointed out that voice is basically AI generated and all TikTokers use it, I can't unhear it, which is why I muted it. I do love that they also have that concerned look on their face / 1,000-yard stare, even though nothing is like actively happening. Okay. Interesting. So this was actually filmed at the, I'm probably gonna butcher it, but Kosik Zoo in Slovakia. Isen and Alani were likely meant to be a breeding pair, and it doesn't say in this whether anything came of it, but maybe it's for next mating season, which sadly is only like a day. So with low population density in the wild, plus all the other factors like poachers, weak immune system, having to compete with a bunch of other predators, they do not do great in the wild. Now we're going to go through Victory Road. We usually have to make a team for each of the trainers because all of them, but like the last 2 fights, are buffed to the high heavens. And you'll see that as I go through it. and then I'll pull up what the roamers are. There's definitely a few mon I still want. In my head, automatically, at least 4 mon are locked in right now. Probably Gligar, because I need ground, a fire mon, because I need fire, a fighting mon, whether that's Zapdos, or it's Walucha, or it's someone else entirely, remains to be determined. I need Togekiss to wall Roar of Time, then swap out when it goes into Flash Beam. All right. So then that essentially leaves 2 slots open. One of them could be a Mega. I have not decided on my Mega yet. It might be Mega Aerodactyl. We'll see. The nice thing about flying is I don't have to worry about ground moves, but there's still a lot of other types I have to worry about. All right, so let's eel, and we're gonna make it through here now. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I forgot to set my mon at level cap. Very silly of me. No Hyper Beam. Maybe if it was like Aerialate or something, you know. Okay. Careful. Once you do the boulder puzzles once, you don't have to do them again. I.e., they don't reset. So we want to make sure we get them done. Also do a hard save because it's been a minute. I don't want to lose any progress if I can help it. And yeah, Supercell, not only did he buff the teams in here, but he moved them, so there's like 3 you can skip, and as such, they're not in the docks. All the mandatory ones are. Okay. Yoink. That's Poltergeist. Probably never gonna use it. Not like I need it, but hey, I guess. Alright, so let's pull up the Victory Road bosses. So we're gonna go something fighting for Mousehold. Dark, grass, or dark flying, grass flying. Okay. I think I know what this will be. I'm gonna keep Titania. I don't think I'm using Delibird. I'm gonna ditch Juggalo and Dragonite. Okay. Okay. That reminds me, I still need to go back and get Galarian Zapdos, so I have a fighting mon, another fighting flying. For now, I will grab Walucha. I'll also use a Citrus Berry, so I get Unburden. very good. We'll lead with Walucha. It's not sashed, so that's good. We'll probably end up using Flying Press. Okay, what else do I think we need? We have Dark for Veluza. We do need something here. So basically, Steel. Probably Steel. So very likely Corviknight. We'll also grab some Poison. Okay, so Munin. We're gonna grab Togekiss. Crobat. Alright. And we have Gligar for Galvantula. Honestly, I don't mind that these fights are harder, but anytime I would play through Fire Red, I would basically turn on Max Repel and skip every single encounter in here. So it makes sense, but I don't like having to think that much more before getting to E4, you know. All right, let's see how this plays out. So right off the jump, we're gonna Flying Press. We're gonna Galvantula, kill, well. Ah, right. Very nice. You turn out. Munin, Iron Head, Gliscor again. Very nice. Okay. So the next one is Cyclizar. We want to taunt so it can't Shed Tail. So that's going to be Mega Aerodactyl. All right. And that's going to be no Crobat. All right. I think we'll be fine. Ah, suck a dick. I mean, it can come back in and still fuck me. So I am gonna want to save it. We're gonna go into Togekiss. Moonblast. Get out. We know what this is. Oh yeah, it does have Overheat, doesn't it? I totally forgot. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. But we have Titania with Sucker Punch. Very nice. Kingler. I don't think it's Sword Dances here. Okay. The Ice Hammer. You hate to see it. I might be fucked. I think I'm still faster though. Yeah, okay. Hell yeah, love to see it. All right, so I was able to fight one of them without changing my team. Love to see it. Oh yeah, right. Yoink, heavy duty boots, that's huge. Stealth rocks can eat a bag of dicks. All right. Thank you. We want that. I think it's Temper Flare. I don't remember. Oh, high horsepower, that's huge. Basically, if I didn't have Earthquake, that'd be going on Gliscor. Okay, we have to do this team. I think I can taunt it and be fine. Let's see how that goes. Haha. Okay, Donphan, that's gonna be an issue. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna have to make a team for this. I was hoping I could get by without doing so. Okay. Not bad. Rock slide. Beautiful. This is gonna be fake out most likely. Okay, close combat. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Anytime I don't have to change the team, it's really nice because it means I don't have to think as much and be like, oh my god, I need this team for one battle, then I have to remake a whole nother team, you know? Alright. And we're gonna go Rain Lorelei because while lightning is scary, ice is scarier. Okay. Careful. Very good. This is a sleep team. I know I can outspeed, but it'll just swap out is basically the issue, you know? Okay. We're gonna grab Crobat with safety goggles. Okay. Alright, let's see. Safety goggles so he can't be slap powdered. Okay. Where are you? There it is. Yep, okay. Save. Honestly, I think that's fine. Let me make sure I actually have a poison move. I don't. That's right, I remember now. That was from when I was fighting Mimikyu in the back-to-back fight in Cerulean Cave. No. Poison Fang. There you go. Higher damage. Alright. Save. Let's run it back. Lamau. I don't know if they have berries, but Pluck does enough damage. Lopunny, this is probably fake out into something else. Yep. I don't think I live this. I'm gonna swap out. Beautiful. Crobat. Pluck. Ah, you hate to see it. Okay. Not great. Wing beat, yep. And then a Moongus. Very good. Alright, next one is this. So we're gonna want to use a grass type, holding an ice berry. So basically we're using... I know who we're using already. Okay. We're gonna ditch Walucha, and we're gonna grab Trumbeak with Focus Sash, Bullet Seed. All right, let's see. And we do want a Taunter because there's some real degeneracy with like Calm Mind, Protect, Rest, Sleep, Talk, you know? Actually, I'll just go I'll go Iceberry. So I think I'm holding Focus Sash on someone else currently. Alright. And then you don't want to run too far ahead because then you aggro the second fight. And you don't want that, obviously. Okay, D-Dance, that's fine. Go ahead. It's not enough. That is, though. I didn't think it'd be faster. I legit was like, oh, I'll be fine, you know? Turns out I was wrong. So, how do we want to play this? We go Terry, we taunt, no toxic, protect, wish, shenanigans. I mean, that's gonna hurt, of course, but... Oh, for fuck's sake, really? There we go. Okay. I'm gonna U-turn out. This is basically Calm Mind spam, and it's very cringe. You got it? Swanna, this is no guard. Yeah, not great. I can Sucker Punch, though. I can also Sucker Punch. I think I'm faster. I was. Awesome. So then we want to lead with Taunt, and we want to keep Poison, because this whole team also stalls, and it's very cringe. Alright, let's see if this team can do it. Haha! Suck a dick. Ah, you hate to see it. Taunt again. You love to see it. Taunt. Okay. Let's score. Sky uppercut. Haha! You love to see it, truly. We're gonna U-turn out. Crobat. Poison Fang. Killed itself in a video game. Fuck yeah. So that was basically the smoothest victory road I've ever had. I love that for us. I was dreading this. Okay. Very nice. He's an optional fight. This is a double battle, but it's only a Nidoking and a Nidoqueen. So we're probably fine. Earthquake. Earthquake. So fucking easy. You'll love to see it, truly. That's the Dragon Dance tutor. Melioda. Genesect. Genesect again. Okay. I'm okay with fighting the rain team, so we're gonna save right before we enter. That way we don't accidentally lock ourselves into the snow team. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. As long as I have one left, it basically doesn't matter. Alright, awesome. So we save, then we go into Victory Road. We don't want to accidentally get a team that we can't beat. Oh, nice. Very cool. Save. Okay. We saved. We're fine. Had we not saved, we'd be stuck with Ice Lorelei. Hers is the only one that's like that. The other ones are random. Okay. There you go, Rain Swampert. That's what we want. So now we're gonna save. Then we're gonna start looking at all the roamers that I may want. And we also need Galarian Zapdos still. Alright, let's see. powers. I can't use any of the level 85s because those are only unlocked after you beat the Hall of Fame. I also can't use anything that isn't flying, so... Alright, let's see what else. So I can absolutely use the genies because they're all flying. I can't use Yveltal as much as I'd like to. None of the Tapu are flying. I need to look at a few things. Okay. It's fighting, okay. For some reason I thought it may have been flying, TBH. Okay. Sadly, I think 6-star is after beating the game. I need to check that. Yes. So 6 is after beating the game, so I cannot use any 6-star raid dens. Okay. So sadly, no Namorous. I have the only flying Paradox. Alright, so more or less, the only mon I'm able to get from, I think, static and raid dens are basically gonna be the genies. So Landorus, Sundurus, and Tornadus. Okay. And those are all roamers. Let me check the raid dens. I'm also gonna look at Cramorant. I haven't used a Cramorant yet. I know it has Gulp Missile, but... Alright. It certainly does have a decent base stat total, but I don't know if I want to use it. Alright. So let's keep checking raid dens. Definitely don't need a weather setter because the only weather setter enemy team is Lorelei. Okay. And while I could get Shaman, the flying Shaman is post-game because you need to do a fight, then you need to get an item. So yeah, there are There are no raid dens I can get. Okay. There's no fossils. I already have Aerodactyl. Part of me wants to go with a Gale Wings Talonflame, but I don't think the Elite Four is gonna let me set up. Alright. So we'll go get the roamers I know I can use, and then we gotta start putting a team together for E4. I also need to save because it's been a minute. And I need to grab Galarian Zapdos. Alright, let's see what we can get. So I do have to keep it enabled. I guess there's just not a roamer here right now. So we'll keep doing this until we find one. I'm just getting unlucky. Okay. Because if you fly, they move. So you have to naturally find one. Okay. We're not using Latias, and Latias is Dragon Psychic, so it doesn't even matter. The only three I can use are the Genies, aka Thundurus, Landorus, and Tornadus, which is going to be a pain trying to catch them since that's all I can use. So we'll be here a minute. I'm also gonna check the other area, so I can basically go back and forth between these two zones. All right, no one here. There we go. So we'll refresh it that way, then we'll go the other way. So Landorus, we absolutely can use Landorus. And then there's a NPC on Cinnabon that lets you change their form. Also, this is an item. Yoink! Thank you. Soft clay, light clay, I think. Okay. Okay. We'll check the other side and we'll basically just go this back and forth until we get all three of them. All right. All right. Also, I need to look at Landorus and see what I would be able to use on it. All right. So Landorus is Sand Force and Sheer Force. Sheer Force is good. That is absolutely better than Gligar. Its second form is Therian. Intimidate. Okay, so let's see. Base stat 600 with Intimidate, or base 100, technically faster. Okay, so I would definitely want to be this Landorus. I need to see its moveset because I need Earthquake. Okay, good. We do get Earthquake. We do get Hammer Arm. Okay, not bad. So yeah, Landorus is probably replacing Gliscor here. Alright, so yeah, Landorus is good. Sheer Force is very pog. Because I can do Sheer Force, Life Orb, and then just do, oops, illegal amounts of damage, you know? And I think we want another one, either Tornadus or Thunderous, because they have Prankster. So if it's able to learn Taunt, I can actually shut down entry hazards, which is huge. Since Flyers lose the Stealth Rock. And then Fire Flying loses the Stealth Rocks 4 times. Alright. Definitely going to be utilizing Hidden Power Grass, because without that, I have no effective way to deal with Swampert outside of hoping someone can learn Energy Ball or Trailblaze. And while I could bring Grass Flying, it loses very hard to Ice, Fire, Rock. Not something I want to bring if I can help it, you know? Alright. If I don't get one after like 1 or 2 more passes, I'm gonna go get the Galarian Zapdos. That way I like break up what I'm doing. Alright. Sadly, Oopsal Latussi. I really like Cynthia's motorcycle. She travels in style. Alright. Nice. Huge. So Tornadus. So Tornadus is the prankster. The real question is, does it actually learn Taunt? Or am I stupid? We'll find out shortly. We'll also save so I don't have to do all that again. Alright. So Tornadus is pure flying. Okay. So we're checking for Taunt. If it can't learn Taunt, I probably don't even use it. It's not looking good, team. Does learn Taunt, okay. That's huge. We'll now check its second form and see what's different, if at all. And its BST is 580. So it's not bad. And then Therian Tornadus is basically the same thing, but it loses Prankster. So, okay. I'm gonna grab the Galarian Zapdos now. And then we'll come back and get Thundurus. And while I don't normally like using a single typing in a monotype, i.e. only flying and mono flying, it's the only way I can get Prankster outside of Eviolite Murkrow. So I think it is gonna be useful. And 580 is nothing to shake a stick at for base stat total. This is Galarian Zapdos. I'm gonna go with a funny name. Big Pecker, let's go. I also need to see how it compares to Walucha. And we're gonna save so we don't have to do that again. All right. So, not bad. Defiant is useful because if it learns close combat, I'll basically be able to buff my damage. Okay, so it loses to a fair amount of things, but there's not a lot of Psychic outside of Metagross. I'm hoping it can learn Dual Wing Beat. Thunderous Kick is looking good. Close combat is looking good. It does learn Dual Wing Beat. That's awesome. Knockoff, not bad. Yeah, that is really good coverage. Okay. Let me check the tutors. I'll probably give it Blaze Kick, and then I'll ditch that for something else if I have to. Trailblaze ain't bad either, but we're doing Hidden Power for Swampert. So now we need Thundurus, and then we can build a team for Elite Four. All right. Part of me really wants to bring Delibird because I've done runs with Mons with like an Ice Mon that had priority, and it's very strong. The problem is until you basically get to Lance, it's worthless. So it's hard to value bringing it, you know? Wo-Chien I can't use. All right. We've actually gotten more of them sooner than I thought, and I like that because it's gonna take a lot to beat Elite Four. I do think this is gonna be one of the easier Elite Fours, but that also doesn't mean much. Ting-Lu, nope. I'll try to use some of those when I do Mono Dark. Nope. A a lot of Latussi. But I've already done Mono Psychic and Mono Dragon, so I couldn't use them even if I wanted to. Alright. I do really like how Gliscor looks too. Flying Scorpion, very pog. Nope. Nope. I mean, it's a pretty cool looking normal type, you know? It's a shame. Maybe I'll use them in mono normal. There's a lot of really good mono normal mon though. Kangaskhan, Drampa, because that's separate for Erica. Miltank, P2. Oh, hooray, more Latussi. Hisuian, Zoriork. There's Sundress, okay, awesome. Yeah, that did not take nearly as long as I thought it would. All right, and that also has Prankster. So provided it can learn Taunt, I don't have to use the other one, you know? Okay. Not gonna lie, Prankster Nasty Plot, that's gonna go pretty hard. Alright, so I'm probably going Thunderous instead of Tornadus because it has Prankster and it's electric flying. Okay, the second one is Volt Absorb. I don't hate that, but Prankster is very useful, so... Alright, let's see. And you can't change forms on the fly. You have to go to Cinnabon and change it. So whatever I pick, I'm locked in. Okay. 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 So realistically, there's a decent amount of electric coverage on Bruno, then none until I get to Lance. So we are not doing Volt Absorb, we're going Prankster. Prankster means no Stealth Rocks. That's huge for a flying team. So now I need to look up how to change their forms because I don't remember. I know it's an NPC in Cinnabon. Alright. Alright, we're good. So now we're gonna save. Alright. Alright, so third floor, reveal glass key item. Okay, I can do that. Alright. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're not in my party. Right, I feel very silly. And do I even need those forms is the real question. So I need normal Thunderous, and I need normal Landorus. Okay. Okay. So so Landorus T. Okay, so they all start in their I form. You talk to the NPC to give them their T form. Okay, so that's actually fine. So now let's start prepping for E4. We got here faster than I thought we would, and I love that because E4 almost always takes longer than one would like to believe, you know? Okay, so how are we doing this? We're gonna wipe out everyone except for the people I know we have to bring. Alright, let's see. So maybe Aerodactyl, because I do need a Mega. I actually didn't use a Mega in my last fight. There weren't any good Psychics that I wanted to go Mega style, you know? Alright. So we want Landorus. We want Thundurus. Okay. We need fighting. Anytime I've beaten the Elite Four, I've had a combination of stab fire, stab ground, and or stab fighting. So that very much limits who I have left if I want to have a fairy to swap in to block dragon moves. Okay. Unburden isn't bad. Way lower base stat though, so we're not gonna bother. Okay. So let's see what that looks like. It might be our fight. So yeah, we ditched Crobat, we grabbed Togekiss. We're probably gonna use Corviknight because Steel's a useful typing to have. I'm not sure yet though. Okay. We absolutely need Togekiss. Okay. So I need Fire still. That might be Charizard holding heavy duty boots. Let me look at Fire Flying. I could do normal Moltres as well. But if I think I'm doing that, I'd rather do normal Charizard instead. Let's see. And I don't think I can get Ho-Ho yet. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's restricted to Hall of Fame, aka level 85 shenanigans. Okay, let's see. Yes, so I can't get it. Okay. Okay, so if I commit to Charizard Mega Y, that would be Drought. But it would only be 534 total if I don't Mega. Talonflame is 509, also not bad. So I think I'd probably go Charizard for the Mega Y, or I use Moltres. Moltres isn't super fast, so I don't like that. Okay, let's see. So, Flamethrower, Air Slash, Solar Beam, not bad. Burn Up, also not bad. Burn Up is good, but I only get it at level 99, so I functionally don't have it. So, functionally speaking, all I would have would be Overheat, Air Slash, Will-O-the-Wisp, and that's basically it. I'm seeing if there's anything else I would want to put on it. Yeah, we are absolutely going special attack. I'd be a fool not to. So that would be probably Air Slash. Overheat. The only downside to the Mega is while we'll have a higher base stat total, I can't hold an item like a super effective berry. Aura Sphere would be nice. I mean, what would I be using it against? Realistically, I would be using Charizard against... I would be using Charizard against Metal. So Metal would hit me with Ice Punch, Metal would hit me with Thunder Punch. Thunder Punch is the scary one. And none of them have Rock outside of Aerodactyl. We Prankster, so there's no Stealth Rock. Ideally. No Rock here except for Meteor Beam? Okay. I kinda think I'm going Charizard for the higher stats. I think so. And it will probably be something to the effect of Flamethrower, Scorching Sands, Aura Sphere, and maybe Will-O-the-Wisp. I'll probably end up swapping out Will-O-the-Wisp a bunch. I know there's some good tutor moves, but the tutors are post-game, so I don't have access to them, sadly. I'm gonna check the tutor as well to make sure I have the moves I could get now. All right. So yeah, there's some decent moves in Saffron. There's some good moves in Cinnabon. Same thing with more Cinnabon. But the good shit is all locked behind post-game, which really sucks. But I mean, it's fine, you know? It gives people incentive to do post-game. Though, as far as I'm concerned, it runs over as soon as I beat E4. Alright. So we are gonna go Charizard then. I do like Spyro. Very Pog. All right, so then that leaves one slot realistically. Let's see. Charizard realistically is getting no value here until Kyogre comes out, because I think I can change the weather with Drought. I'm trying to figure out what I need my last slot to do realistically. We have ground coverage, we have fighting coverage, we have fire coverage, we of course have flying coverage, we have fairy coverage and electric coverage. Okay, let's see. One fairy move. One fairy move. No fairy moves. One fairy move. No fairy. Basically, Fairy is a good reason to be Steel. But if I'm Steel, I have to deal with a lot of fire in Agatha, Lance, and Rival. Okay. And it's gonna be this Rival. So part of me wants to go Dark Flying. The only downside there is fighting is good against Dark. Historically, Yveltal has given me a lot of pain because it is a really tanky Dark type with some really gross coverage and moves. I have Ground for the Eternatus. Steel would also be good against Eternatus, but then you have Flamethrower, so it's like, ew, you know? Part of me wants to go Psychic, but there's enough Dark that I don't really want to, you know? Mainly Yveltal. Bug is also good on Dark. And then Dark here via Iron Juggalo. Okay. Maybe I go Ice. Because Ice would be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it would be good. 1, 2, 2. Okay. Delibird isn't gonna get any use though until basically Lance. That's one of the reasons why I'm reticent to want to bring it. Okay. And then of course, Eternatus Eternamax. That's just casual 790. Like, are you kidding me? Alright. Let's see what Psychic Flying looks like. I know there's Galarian Articuno, and it does have competitive, which is really nice. Okay. I need to see if there's a way to lower its stats. If it doesn't get something like that one psychic move, I probably won't even bother using her. I would also have to hold a Dark Berry. Okay, it can set Trick Room. That's mildly interesting, but a good bit of my mons are fast. Psychic Noise wouldn't be bad, but I would want to use it against Velveeta, and it's immune to Psychic, so I could do Hisui and Braviary again. Psychic Flying with Sheer Force. And that is slower, so Trick Room would play better to it. It doesn't really have much in the way of good moves to tutor, so I'm definitely feeling Delibird more than bringing a Psychic Flyer, but I want to be thorough in making the team. Alright, so yeah, Articuno. I don't have access to Lugia. It's probably going to be Delibird. Tinted Lens is also nice. It'd be either Tinted Lens or Sheer Force. I also need to make sure I have enough Dream Patches because I usually have to change abilities on the fly. I'm really hoping it can learn something like Power Gem. Also, attack is going to be better for Velveeta because it has Assault Vest. And most of these are special instead. I I could also no guard, but I'm gonna be outsped, and that's not great. Also, it's only 476, I think, on Swanna, whereas everything else is anywhere from like 600 to 800. It's very grody. Yeah, I am very much leaning towards bringing Refrigerate here. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get Delibird in. Okay, so let me look at Delibird. I already know I need Fake Out and E-Speed, like that's a given. I have to figure out what else I would need on it. Deli. I would normally never even use Delibird because Flying Psychic is kind of horrible, but Refrigerate makes Fake Out and E-Speed hit really hard. Obviously, the 4 times a rock is definitely going to be an issue. I don't want to use Choice because it'll lock me into a move, and I like having the Fake Out. Part of me likes Freeze Dry, but Delibird is predominantly a physical attacker. Okay. I may put Trailblaze on it because that would scale with physical attack. I could also give it Power and Punch. Not that I'm ever gonna get a chance to really do that, so I don't think I bother. Okay. Seed Bomb. That'll hit hard. It is fast, relatively speaking, so maybe I do grab Flip Turn. I mean, it's not super fast, but it's not, like, slow, you know? Alright. Would I even outspeed anyone, realistically? I would outspeed 3 Mon. Okay. Honestly, I think I do grab Flip Turn for this. But we also need to configure Hidden Power Grass, so I have something to use that will be super effective against that Swampert. Good bit of these Mon have names up for grabs, and it's gonna take a few hours to beat E4. So if you'd like to name Landorus, Thundurus, Togekiss, or Delibird, type out the name in chat, and I'll give it that. That needs to change. Okay. Accuracy, not worth using. I'd much rather use Thunderbolt. We need to make sure that's Prankster as well. Yep, very good. We're gonna go special attack up. Probably special attack up, attack down. Let's see. I think I need to put a new set on. I want to double check before I skew the nature one way, you know? I'm already going to have fighting coverage from Galarian Zapdos. So we can very much focus on it being an oopsie doopsies all special attacker. I want to make sure there's no like tutor move that I would need before we go in. Because if it's a tutor move, I won't be able to get it back otherwise. Okay. So yeah, let's find a new set to listen to. Once again, this music has been provided by FreeMe Music or FreeMe NCS Music. It's on the top of the stream. There's only so much music that one can use that isn't copyright infringed, and it helps that they exist to provide said music. So yeah, we're absolutely gonna make Thundurus be special. Oh boy. I'm gonna let it buffer. Alright, so Thundurus. So that'll be probably modest. Dark Pulse is fine. Thunder's gonna change. We need to ditch Hammer Arm as well. We do want Taunt. Absolutely. Okay. No Ice Beam. That's a little sad. Okay. Let's see. I don't hate it, but it wouldn't be stab, so I don't love it. It might be useful to have because it'll be super effective against what's her face? Walking Wake. We'll do that like for now. And we'll ditch Flamethrower, because we're definitely not getting that mileage out of Flamethrower against Water Lorelei. We'll throw that on Landorus for now. I think Landorus is primarily physical. Yes, he is. So that'll be Earthquake instead of Earth Power. Also, all my Mon fly, so I don't have to worry about taking collateral damage or friendly fire from Earthquake. Okay. Not that Earthquake's gonna be super useful here. We're not using Stone Edge because 90 accuracy hurts. Hopefully it's done buffering. There we go. Alright. And then Landorus, we're gonna want to be Sheer Force because we're never having Weather up. Okay. Okay. Oh, right. Hidden ability. I totally forgot. There you go. I'm also going to buy a bunch of Drain Patches so I can swap back freely without running out. And I need to set up hidden powers on several Mon for Grass. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, so you have grass, you have grass, and then we'll give you grass as well. Alright, awesome. So that's gonna be my answer to someone in particular. I am gonna have to fight. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if I wanna fight through the rain. I mean, I can get a drought early on, which will be nice. So Spyro needs to hold the Mega Stone. Charizard Y. Toss, because I already have one. Yeah, I think that'll be fine for now. I'm not sure how I'm beating Ogre Pond, though, in the beginning. That part's kind of scary. I'm probably going to have to double in with 2 flying moves and hope I don't die. Okay. How fast is that Ogre Pond? That Ogre Pond is 110, so... Okay, I can lead with Thunderous, son. Alright. So, Landorus. You know what? I'm just gonna go speed up on basically everyone to be safe. Alright. Speed up, attack down. Okay, timid. Landorus is physical, so we'll go special down, speed up. Jolly, yep. Hammer Arm's fine. We're definitely not using Outrage getting locked into 3 turns in a row. With the AI being as good as it is, I'd rather not, you know. It not having any flying moves that are physical is kind of annoying. I mean, technically flying, but that doesn't really count because it's a 2-turn move and they can just swap into someone else. Okay. We'll grab Rock Slide then, instead of Sandstorm Storm, since 90 accuracy is garbage. We keep Hammer Arm. Then we're gonna ditch Outrage. Not sure the last move is gonna be yet. Maybe Trailblaze. I could also grab Sword Dance, so I don't think that I'll have a chance to actually live. I'm gonna probably grab Punishment as a temporary one. Okay. So we would not be using Landorus for the first one. Okay. Timid. The idea here is we're gonna go 2 flying moves and we're just gonna dunk on the Ogre Pond right away, and I'm gonna hope my Spyro doesn't die. Honestly, now that I think about it, I can use Thunder here because it is gonna... Actually, no. Because I'm gonna go Drought, so then it would miss. Okay, never mind. So right off the jump, we're not doing held items because we have to deal with the knockoff from Ogre Pond. Instead, we're gonna double in and it's gonna quote unquote have to be enough. Okay. I could have sworn I'd be able to learn something like Aerial Slash. Apparently not. I do like hits all Pokemon, and maybe there's a case for doing that. And then I lead with, you know, I lead with someone else. I'm not sure. I can always get discharged back, so it's not a huge deal. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Okay. So that's fine. Water's gonna hurt. Ice is gonna hurt. I think I'm gonna go Ice Berry. Well, no, I can't because it's gonna knock off otherwise. Okay. This is definitely gonna be a tough one to put it mildly due to all the ice. This is a hard one too because this is a 4 times weakness to ice. So I probably want to end up going... Focus Sash, I think. Yeah, we're gonna go Focus Sash on you. Okay. This doesn't matter because half its moves are priority based. Fake Out, E-Speed, I'm gonna keep Dual Wing Beat, and I'll keep Steel Wing. And by that I'm gonna ditch Steel Wing for Trailblaze. So I have more coverage for Swampert. Just in case I end up needing it, you know? Alright. I'm also gonna give the Big Packer. Okay, what else are we giving? Big Pecker. Not Brick Break. We definitely want Thunder Kick. Actually, no, because it's not a Thunder. It's just a kick move with the name Thunder in it. Never mind. I'm very silly. Alright. We definitely want close combat. We want dual wing beat. Blaze kick, I think that's Cinnabon. I'm not certain. No, it's Saffron, the H trainer. Alright. Part of me wants to grab Solar Beam, but I don't exactly have room on my mons, you know? Okay, Blaze Kick instead of counter. Let's see what else. Drill Run. You know what? I can always get dual wing beat back if I feel like I need it. Damn. Alright. So, Thunderous is good. It'll be a lot of Thunderbolt. Spyro is good. Big Pecker definitely needs an item. And we need to change that stat priority. Speed up, Jolly, yep. We're almost ready for E4. No. Oh, I could. We'll do those two. Alright, so nope, that's fine. Side Shock is probably going to be useful against Bruno. There's no one there that's gonna lose Psychic there. I mean, Wild Charge isn't bad. Okay. Honestly, that might be a good play. Instead of Dark Pulse. I can always relearn Dark Pulse, so it's not a huge deal, you know? Okay, Flash Cannon, not bad. That would be good against Ice. U-turn, okay. Maybe. Oh, if I lead, that's right, I could do U-turn. I could U-turn out. I think I'm gonna do that instead. I'm gonna keep Blaze Kick. I'm gonna ditch Superpower for now. It's gonna be, I'm gonna lead with, maybe I'm gonna lead with that. Actually, I think I am, because Bug is super effective, whereas Grass, Water is not a 2 times the electric. Okay. And we can hold an item because knockoff. Okay. You're good. You're good. You're fine. You're fine. I think so. Okay. Okay. We are good now, finally. Alright, let's do it. I think I wanted to do hidden power on at least one other mon, so we are gonna give that, I think, to Charizard. Instead of... Instead of Scorching Sands. We can always get Scorching Sands back if I feel like we really need it. And we're probably not getting any value out of E-Speed. It does so little damage. If I feel like I have to go back and give it, I will. We can always get Nasty Plot back. Yep, okay. Let's, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna take on E4. I don't think I have enough time left to clear E4 today, but it is possible we get to, like, Lance or something. Provided I haven't, like, overlooked something that I'm totally missing and then fucking myself for the rest of it, you know? So, quick grab, and then we go right into it. We're actually making good time. We're only 12 and a quarter hours in. Alright. You're making great time. Sorry about that. It also occurred to me that I don't even need to use U-turn because I can give, I'll give Zapdos dual wing beat, and then I'll be stab. So it'll do more damage. Unless for some weird reason they can't learn it, but I'm pretty sure it can. Alright, I'm glad I thought of that. Okay. Yeah, that would have been very silly by my part. There you go. Alright, let's go Lorelei. Dual wing beat. We always double in on Ogerpon in case it's not enough to kill. The last thing I want to do is leave it at like 1 HP, and then I lose 2 Mon in the first part of the battle, you know? Alright, let's see how this plays out. We got the drought. Yep, still not fast enough. I hate that. That's so gross. Yep. That is disgusting. So yeah, Charizard's basically dead now. Politoed's probably gonna scald it. Oh. That's horrible. Alright. That was basically the worst outcome. Getting that burn. You hate to see it. I'm hoping I'm fast enough. I'm going to try to take out the walking wake now. Boy, that did nowhere near enough damage. Walking wake down, hell yeah. Rain dance, okay. So we're going to try to swap out the Charizard so we can save the drought. I'm gonna close combat the Iron Bundle. I'm gonna swap out Charizard for Togekiss. She's relatively bulky. Obviously, Iron Bundle's gonna hold on. Okay. Okay, let's see. Actually, no. No. We'll go ahead and power. There we go. All right, so Iron Bundle down. We're still working on Politoed. Not bad, all things considered. We're gonna reset the weather. Ah, damn it. All right. Hidden power. Also hidden power. Nice. So that hurt, but we're still not out yet. We still have Thundurus and we still have Landorus. We double in on, well, not entirely. Well, that's definitely worse. I'm not pleased. So, yeah, that definitely was a fuck up. I need to deal with Kyogre better. Honestly, not bad though. That does feel winnable. All right. So dual wing beat and then air slash. Well, that's even worse. So fuck me. Looks like we're probably not using Charizard here then. All right. I'll save Charizard then, I guess. Let's see. Alright, we dual wing beat. We also fake out. Okay, good. No ogre pawn. Scald. It's gotten to burn every single time. So cringe. Okay. Not great either. I am going to swap out into Togekiss. And Spyro. Nice. Okay, that's honestly fine. I'm gonna go Aurasphere. I clicked the wrong button. I am an idiot. Okay. Aurasphere again. Fake out. Yeah, that's a reset. I already fucked up. I misclicked who I needed to attack. Okay. Not ideal. Alright, so dual wing beat. Okay. Finally, no burn. Alright. We Trailblaze, we Draco Meteor. We do not Draco Meteor. This is worse. Trailblaze again. Moonblast. Okay. Not great. Not great. Kai Jover. Trailblaze. Hidden Power. Not better. Not better at all. Ugh. We're gonna Thunderbolt. Rock Slide. Yeah, no. This is not the answer. Alright. I'm not sure what the answer is, though. The 4 times the ice is a huge issue as well. Okay. I think it is doable. Alright, let's try this again. Dual wing beat. Fake out. Awesome. No burn. That walking wake's a problem. I'm gonna go into Togekiss. I'm gonna go into Thundurus. Okay. We're gonna Moonblast the Walking Wake. We're gonna Thunderbolt the Walking Wake, because I don't think Moonblast on its own would have been enough. We'll never find out because I'm fucking dead. So instead, I'm gonna put Assault Vest on Togekiss so she has a better chance of living. Okay. I think that'll work. I feel good about this try. Normally Misty isn't that bad, but it would seem I've absolutely underestimated her ability in this one. Alright, so that's fine. That kills. Love to see it. We got Scalded, of course. Not surprising at all. We're gonna swap into Togekiss. Now, we're gonna swap into Thundurus. Okay, not great, but ultimately it doesn't affect me that much. We're gonna Moonblast. We're gonna Thunderbolt. Come on. Okay, nice. Okay, good. So I don't like losing my only electric Mon, but it's livable. Hidden Power. Aura Sphere, the Iron Bundle. Nice. Okay, Kyogre, of course. We are going to... Well, I'm gonna try. It probably isn't gonna go off because Kyogre's gonna kill me. So instead I'm gonna try to Hidden Power the Kyogre, and I'm gonna swap into Big Pecker. Or not. Alright, not great. Alright, we're gonna fake out the Kyogre, and we're gonna Aura Sphere the Iron Bundle. We are not gonna Iron Sphere the Iron Bundle, apparently. We are going to E-Speed the Iron Bundle, and then we are going to... Earthquake. Yeah, I fucked myself there. I totally forgot the Delibird doesn't fly. In the sense that it still gets hit by Earthquake for some reason. So, okay. I feel like that was winnable. I'm not sure what I can do differently, though. That's the problem. Okay. Okay, so do a Wing Beat. Fake out. No burn, we love that. Togekiss and Thundurus. Moonblast, Thunderbolt. Okay, we're living. Kyogre, it's probably gonna outspeed, sadly. Okay, we got some damage in. Not great, but, you know. Rock Slide, and we're gonna fake out the Kyogre because we don't want it going again. Okay. Rock Slide again. I'm gonna E-Speed the Kyogre. Okay, we're living. We're living. This is probably the best one we've had so far. I am going to Iron Bun. No. I am going to Rock Slide again, and I am going to Hidden Power the Swampert. Okay, we might be okay. We got there. Fuck yeah. So now we need to figure out Bruno. Save real quick. All right, Bruno. What do we want to see? All right. So we can prankster both teams. So there's no Stealth Rock. That's fine. I would definitely rather see... I would rather see Team 2 because Urshifu Dark is going to be easier to deal with than an Urshifu that has Thunder Punch. I mean, we are fine for either because we lead with someone who has Prankster and Taunts. So we don't have to worry about Stealth Rocks unless they swap out, which they probably will anyways. Okay. We technically don't need Trailblaze anymore. Alright, this is the one with Taunt, which is fine. Just for this fight, I'm gonna do U-turn so I can taunt and then swap out into someone else. Actually, no, because I have Volt Switch. Never mind. I'm silly. We can always get hidden power back if we need it. Ooh, that's actually big. That'll be good against what's his face, Infernape. All right. Cool, but we're never using it. Alright, I think we're fine. I ideally get the Infernape team. Let me make sure I actually still have Taunt. I do. Okay, good. Alright, good. We got the team we wanted. So we Taunt, we Psychic, or not, apparently. All right. Honestly, not bad, though. All right. So, Zacian. This is random move. Nice. You went Wild Charge. We got lucky there. Okay. We live. Love to see it. Okay, Iron Valiant. Iron Valiant has no priority. It's random move. So... Not great, because my Togekiss is almost dead. Alright. Nice. Urshifu. Dark Urshifu. This is probably Sucker Punch. It was. Not enough. Okay, good. Como-O. This is not random move. This is probably the Dragon Attack. It could be the buff. If I swap into Togekiss, it'll kill me with Flash Cannon, so... Okay, not bad. I know that buffs all its stats, and it probably wants to go for a Dragon move here. I'm gambling on that. Yes. This is where E-Speed actually would have been super useful because I'm not going to be fast enough. It's okay, we have Fake Out. Lucario. It's going to Bullet Punch, and that's going to really hurt, so we're going to swap out. You hate to see it. At least we faked out. That's, like, better, I guess. I think we're going to do, Ah, damn it. This was winnable. I fucked up earlier. Okay. Let's run that back. We're gonna do Torus Sphere for now. We're gonna save. This is tough. Actually, no, I'm gonna keep the Sash on Landorus. That's what let me live against Zacian, you know? Alright. The fact that the Pyro Ball missed the first time was nice. There's no guarantee it will miss again, you know? Alright. Nice, we got the same team again. Love it. Alright. Nice. Ah, you hate to see it. E-Speed, very good. Zacian. We're gonna swap into Big Pecker. I was not fast enough, damn it. I needed to swap into Landorus for the Wild Charge. This is probably a reset already. Okay. Iron Valiant. Moonblast. I don't want that. Ow. That hit way harder than I thought it would. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is probably a reset. Okay. This feels livable. Nope. I'm gonna have to put a Babbery Berry on Togekiss, it looks like, again. Which honestly is fine. I definitely screwed up by not going into Landorus. That's what let Zapdos die. Okay. Alright. We're also gonna do Babbery on Delibird. Alright. Ideally, we get the same Infernape team. Very nice, we got it. Alright. It's very much a frick. Man, that's so annoying. Fake Out. E-Speed. Zacian. This is probably Behemoth Blade. I'm also flying, so it could be Wild Charge. Let's go into Landorus. It was close combat. Ah, shit. That's gonna be a huge problem. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, that's brutal. Okay. It's gonna take a minute. Alright. Alright, new team. We taunt. We psychic. We psychic again. Okay. Iron Hands. It's gonna be Fake Out. Then it's probably gonna be Ice Punch. Okay. Yep, fake out, that's not surprising. Moonblast. You hate to see it. It's okay though, we can fake out. This Urshifu. Alright. It's probably Surging Strikes. Oh, Thunder Punch, okay. Fake out. E-Speed. Zacian. Wild Charge, I'm gonna presume. Really? Oh, for fuck's sake. This is why we can't have nice things, you know? That Wild Charge is such an issue. I am gonna have to hold, basically, Thunder Berries on all the people that just died. Okay. That sucks. Alright, let's see. Okay. Alright. Okay, I think that'll work. We can definitely beat this. This is not hard. We've gotten almost to the end at least once. Alright. This is fake out. Yeah. I'm gonna do Walkenberry on her as well, since Plasma Fist is the thing killing me. Okay. I mean, it'll probably go Ice Punch then, but you know, Plasma Fist will hit harder, so it's definitely worth it. I actually had forgotten for a moment that Plasma Fist was an attack instead of a special. Oh, of course, now we get the Infernape team. Go figure. After making all those changes specifically for the Great Tusk team. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're just gonna reset until we get the team we want to fight. Alright. I'm also gonna save right here so I have to walk less. There we go. Okay, Taunt. Psychic. Psychic. This is Fake Out. Moonblast. Ah, okay. So it's random move. I'm gonna bank on it being Wild Charge. Ah, it was. Beautiful. Nice. Huge. Okay. Zacian is no priority, but I don't have anything against it, so... It is gonna outspeed, though. Not great. Ugh, Shadow Ball. Oh, really? You suck. Alright. I lost so many Mon there, that hurts so much. Honestly, Fake Out. E-Speed. Iron Hands. This is gonna be Fake Out again. Really? Okay. Honestly, we can live it. Fake Out. Okay, we did get some damage in, but sadly he's gonna kill me with a Bullet Punch. So, how are we doing this? Okay. I think that was winnable. I needed to go in on Charizard against Iron Valiant. Okay. Taunt. Psychic. Psychic. Togekiss. Moonblast. Not great. Zacian, Landorus. Okay. Yeah, not great. No. I'm gonna get... see. It's like every time I kinda get there, the berry's wrong. So then I adjust, and then it's wrong again, and it's like, ah! Taunt. Psychic. Psychic. This is fake out no matter what. Okay. Moonblast, very nice. We are expecting it to be Wild Charge. Okay. Oh, Behemoth Blade, fuck. I'm dead. I'm not fast enough. You hate to see it. Overheat. Overheat. Nice. Okay. We're gonna go Delibird. We're gonna fake out. We're gonna swap into Togekiss. Moonblast. I'm dead here, so I'm just gonna... well, no, because it's gonna outspeed no matter what. That's the issue. Fuck. That hurts. I don't think I win this one. Yeah, I can't. Okay. We're definitely getting closer, but the Infernape team, I think, is the one we want. It's definitely easier than this. Alright. So, Taunt. Psychic. It's gonna want a Pyro Ball again. Nice. I don't think it outspeeds Zacian, sadly. I'm gonna try. I do not outspeed Zacian, no. Okay, Landorus. Well, at least he can't do the other thing anymore, so we can appreciate that. Ivy outspeeds. Okay. Not great. We're gonna E-speed. It's nowhere near enough. Okay, nice. Fake out. Oh boy, that's a problem. Huge. Huge. Fucking love to see it. Alright. So now not Lorelei, Agatha. Definitely not too bad. Hold on. But it is gonna hurt. They all have taunt. Alright, so they all have taunt, so I'm not even gonna bother with that. Honestly, I think I prefer the first team because Qian Pao flying doesn't like ice, so we're gonna have to change that up. Okay. So I think we're gonna lead with Delibird because we can fake out an E-speed. Okay. Actually, no, because of the fire move is gonna be an issue. Okay. Let's see. We can't go fighting because there's a 50% chance we get a ghost. Alright. Yeah, actually, I think I'll do this. I'll go Fireberry in case we get the other one. Alright. The fact that I have Refrigerate, that makes normal moves ice type. which is why I'm able to hit a ghost. I'm also not loving this track, so we're gonna cut out a bit. There we go. Not that that's much better though. Yeah, that's not better. Maybe. All right. Let's see if that can work. So because of illusion, it always is disguised as another mon. We're gonna fake out, we know which one it is now. We're gonna E-speed. Beautiful. Mark Shadow, Shadow Sneak, fighting, all that's gonna really hurt. So we're gonna swap over to Togekiss. Sadly, I can't E-speed here. All right. Not great. Oh, that's right. And now that's I'm not gonna be able to hit it, cause yeah. Okay. Not great, but we can fake out. All right. I'm gonna go that, or not apparently. Never mind. Landorus. Very nice. Roaring mid. I'm probably not fast enough. No, I'm not. I needed to save something for this. Okay, we take that. I think I am faster. Yes. We're gonna go overheat. Chi-Yu. I'm honestly gonna swap out. Get some volt damage in. Honestly, that went a lot smoother than I thought it would. So we're on to Lance already. Fuck yeah. This is where it gets hard, TBH. All right. So we are leading with Prankster, so we don't have to deal with Stealth Rock. Melmetal is going to be an issue, obviously. Dialga is going to be a huge issue, too. All right, so let's see how we're doing this. Okay. And we're also going to go Chardy Berry because that's going to hurt. The Stone Edge is really going to hurt. All right. All right, Delibird. There's a lot of fire, so we are going to keep Akka. Togekiss, we're going to keep Babbery because there's a fair amount of steel. Okay. I'm still going to keep E-Speed. Okay. Let's see. I think I might just go Citrus Berry for this. There's only one electric and one ice move I have to worry about here. Actually, maybe I go Assault Vest to give it some special attack, special defense. I think that's fine. And then I'm gonna go Mega here. That way I can absolutely destroy Metal, ideally. Okay, let's save and let's see how this goes. We definitely want the Aerodactyl team. Gurren Game 23. Thank you for the first time chat. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a good Tuesday. This is Radical Red. 4.1 mono flying. We're about to fight Lance. If we're able to beat Lance and Rival today, we start tomorrow with a mono fire. All right. This is when it gets really hard, and I'm not looking forward to it. I have spent hours on Lance and Rival respectively. No, I'm not done. I still need to fight Lance and I still need to fight Rival. What are you up to? What are you playing? Okay, good. We taunt with Prankster so it can't stealth rock. We Thunderbolt, we eat our berry so we don't die to Stone Edge. That does way more than I would have liked. It holds on with Focus Sash because of course it does. I'm kinda screwed here, sadly. No, 90 accuracy, that's why you don't use low accuracy moves. Okay. I don't know who is gonna swap in here. When you're at under half HP, you basically are gonna be subjected to a random move from the AI. And I don't know who he's gonna swap into. Okay, let's see. All of them are scary. I think I'm gonna go into... I think I'm gonna go into Delibird. Oh, okay, cool. Are you doing this for fun? Is using ChatGPT and other AI models part of something you do for a living? So no matter what it is, I'll be able to fake out and then I can swap. Okay, Metal. Not great. We're gonna fake out. It probably wants to go for double Iron Bash. I'm gonna go into Spyro. Now it goes Thunder Punch. Oh, that's so unfortunate. This will do a lot, but it also has an Assault Vest, so it takes less special damage. Okay, Iron Jugulus with a booster energy. It's gonna hit really hard. Once again, I'm low HP, so it goes random move, but literally anything it has would hurt. Okay. I am gonna go in with, let's see, 108. Actually, I'm gonna bank that I'm faster. I mean, you literally said you use AI, so I'm going off of your prior statement. I'm gonna bank that I'm faster. Nope, I am not faster. So now we'll go Togekiss. We will Moonblast. Very nice. Okay, Primal Dialga. It's gonna go Flash Cannon probably. And I don't want to do a Flash Cannon. It can't go Roar Time because Fairy's immune to Drat. No, I don't think you're an AI. You just said you use AI. So I was talking to you about how you use AI and what do you use it for? Do you use it recreationally? Do you use it for a profession? All right, so I don't love this. I am gonna go... I'm gonna go Zapdos. Okay, very cool. Do you find it to be useful for you? Have you been using AI to write your stories for a while? Do you feel as though the quality of the AI written content is getting there? Or is it still like really discernible? All right, not bad. We can definitely fake out here. I'm not gonna be faster, I don't think. Also, Delibird is really squishy, so I don't want to risk losing her. I am gonna go Landorus. Okay, not great, but we can finish it off with E-Speed. That's huge. Dragonite, I actually might die to E-Speed here. Or, oh, very cool. I love that for you. Okay, not bad. It probably is fast enough now to kill me, so I'm just gonna try to get an E-Speed in. I sadly did not. All right, we're gonna fake out Delibird. Very nice. I need to save Delibird so I can fake out. What sort of games do you like to play? I primarily stream Pokemon. I also do crime coverage. Earlier today, I broke down a video that Legal Eagle did on the P. Diddy lawsuit that's currently happening, the indictment, trafficking, fraud, coercion. He's probably looking at anywhere from 15 to 30 years at a bare minimum for the trafficking. I want to preserve Delibird. So we're going to go in with Thundurus. Not great. Fake out, E-Speed. Lance literally done on the first try. We might be able to start Mono Fire today. That would be awesome. If you're not familiar with Rad Red, it is a difficulty hack of Fire Red. It has a lot of quality of life improvements, such as minimum grinding mode, Safari Zone's a normal zone. You can change EVs, IVs, Nature's on the Fly. You have something called the Poga Vial, which is basically portable healing at all times. It's a very hard encounter though. I am currently looking at a Google document that tells me what all the encounters is, and you basically tailor your teams around it. So since I started with a fire Pokemon, Rival will want to use Squirtle, of course. So Rival's gonna have an Ultra Beast Pheromosa, Mega Metagross, Koraidon. Luckily, Flying's good against fighting. Yveltal is very scary because it's very bulky on the physical side, and it has Assault Vest to be even tankier on the special side than just a casual Dynamax Eternatus, which hits really hard. I think I can beat it though. Pheromosa is 4 times weak to flying, so I can use a flyer, which all my mon are flying, and I'll probably be able to kill it. It is really fast though, so we'll probably try to swap out. All right. All right, so that was honestly the easiest Lance I've had in a while. I have been doing all the monotypes in Rad Red 4.1. And some of them, like Poison, like maybe Ground, I don't know if I did Ground. Fairy, Dragon, a lot of them have been quite difficult once you get the Lance due to what he has. And I'm pleased that I was able to get the job done. I wasn't sure if I was going to bring in Delibird because, while Flying, Ice with Refrigerate to make moves like Fake Out and E-Speed Ice is strong, it's very much Glass Cannon. So I was worried it wouldn't be useful until I got here, but thankfully I was able to get here and beat it. So now we're gonna go on to Rival. All right. I do not have anything that outspeeds it. So I think I'm gonna just try to break the sash. All right, let's see. The ice move is very much gonna hurt. So we're gonna, well, normally we would go Yachi Berry, which will resist the ice damage. But then the issue is more the fact that it only works on the first hit of triple axle, and triple axle hits 3 times, so it's kind of a waste. Okay. I'm gonna leave with Charizard. I'll resist the bug. I'll resist the fighting. I'll resist the ice. And poison will do normal damage. And then I'll go for air slash and maybe I get a flinch. We're gonna save. Let's see how this goes. Right there. Okay. Go team. It is faster, so it may simply U-turn out. Okay. I hate that. Of course all 3 hit. I need to preserve Charizard, so I think I'm gonna bring in Togekiss. And I'm gonna E-Speed to get rid of Pheromosa. Okay, we're off to a good start so far. Metagross, I don't like this. This is going to be Bullet Punch most likely because Fairy loses the Steel. It's also Mega Metagross. He hits very hard and fast, so... So we are gonna go, I think, into Landorus, and we're gonna go for a ground move and hope I don't flinch from Zen Headbutt. Okay. All right, what are you doing? Of course, the Meteor Mash hits. It only has 90 accuracy. And so this is very likely a reset. The fact that Meteor Mash hit is a huge issue. Yeah, that's a reset. Okay. So I will put... Let's see what I want to do for this. All right. So we will put Payapa Berry. That's the Psychic Berry for my Fighting Bird. Okay. I'll go on Big Pecker. Landorus. I'm honestly gonna go Citrus because I'm expecting the Steel move to hit really hard. So at least it'll take me to half and then it'll restore my health. Okay. Let's see how that goes. Let's make sure we saw Babri Berry on Togekiss. That's the Steel Berry. Okay. Let's go. Okay. We're gonna swap into Togekiss. Of course. Okay, Metagross. We're gonna go into Landorus again. Earthquake. I don't have a priority move here, so it's probably just gonna Bullet Punch me to death. So instead, I'm gonna go... None of those are great. Oh no. I think it went Zen Headbutt because I was low HP. It went random move. Yeah, this is not ideal. Fake out. It's not gonna do enough. Yeah, so that's a reset. I have to find a better way to do this. I think since I'm using Togekiss to take out Pheromosa, I'm gonna use Delibird instead. And let's see how that plays out. It takes time to figure out how to do it, realistically. Okay, so that's super interesting. Okay, Koraidon. I'm gonna go Air Slash again and hope it's enough. It actually might be enough here. It is not enough. It already did a sword dance, so it's probably gonna go Flare Blitz. Oh, I could have lived on that if I swapped into Togekiss. Okay, so Koraidon down, that's huge. This is gonna be shenanigans, so Meteor Mash, you hate to see it. This Metagross is a huge problem. I'm not sure how I'm beating it. Okay, we got the burn, that's huge. It'll do less damage. Okay, I'm gonna swap out into someone I don't think I need as much. Okay, good. Eternatus is scary. The Dynamax. You hate to see it. It does so much damage. We're gonna fake out. I don't think E-Speed will do enough, but I gotta try because I'm like kind of running out of Pokemon, you know? Please be enough. Please be enough. It was not enough. But we can E-Speed here. Velveeta, this is a huge problem because it's very bulky on the special side. And I don't think I'm fast enough. I'm not. So that was better, but there's probably some changes that we can make. We really need to beat this because otherwise we have to go back to the start and then we have to rebuild our team. And I've had to do that before at least once, and it really sucks. Okay. Wait, I know what I can be doing here. I feel very silly right now. I'm gonna lead with Zapdos, and I'm just gonna do a Wing Beat. Okay. And then instead of Hyapa, it's gonna be Citrus, because I'm expecting it's gonna land the triple axle and just do oops all the damage, you know? Triple axle is so painful, but it is only 90 accuracy, so technically they can miss. All right. Not better. Okay. It probably wants to go that rock move. Let's try Landorus. Okay. Nice, that's huge. Okay. Koraidon. I'm pretty sure Koraidon does outspeed. Let me double check his speed stat. He is 135. No, not enough. Okay, we're gonna go into Spyro. We are going to Air Slash. Oh, you hate to see it. Okay, not bad. Not great though. Okay, definitely not great. This Metagross is a huge problem. I have to find a way to defeat it, and I'm not sure what that looks like. I'm not even gonna go Citrus since it's instantly swapping out, it seems. Okay. I'm gonna go back to Pyappa. Alright. Thundurus can use a Citrus then instead, I think. Save. Save again. Alright, let's go, rival. We're gonna get there. It takes a minute. Okay, that's fine. Haha! Problem is I'm not fast enough. Yeah. Okay. It's probably gonna go Sludge Wave again. Okay. I hate this constant swap in and out. This is where having a Steelmon would have been nice, but if I had Steel, it just would have went Flamethrower instead. Okay. Since we're swapping in with Togekiss, we're gonna go Kebia, which is Poison Berry instead of Steel Berry. Okay. Go team. All right, that's fine. You hate to see it. That's automatically a reset. Okay. I can't be losing Togekiss that early is the issue. Alright. It's gonna be Dragon. Yup. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm getting past this. I can actually hold a Charty if I'm gonna read it exactly like that. Let's see. Where are you, Charty? Yeah, okay. So let's see how we're gonna do this. I think I can figure out what the loop is gonna end up being. Dual Wing Beat. We swap into Togekiss. We swap into Landorus. We go back into Togekiss. No, we don't. So I messed that up there. Okay. Interesting that it wanted to go back into Sludge Wave. I did not expect that. I guess because random move due to my low HP. Maybe I can use Stomping Tantrum. I don't think I have access to Earthquake for Zapdos, though. I don't. And if I try to use a 2-turn move like Dig, it'll swap out to someone who Levitate and it won't hit. So, okay, let's see. Not bad. I think I'm gonna do that. Instead of Aura Sphere. Okay. Okay, Stomping Tantrum will work. This way I can stay in instead of instantly swapping out, you know? Okay, save. Let's see how this plays out. It's doable. I think it expects the dual wing beat. That's fine. Not enough. Maybe? Not enough. No. Okay. There you go. Okay. So not the worst, but definitely not great. Okay. Oh, that's brutal. You hate to see it. Okay. We're gonna go Air Slash. Yeah, this... I feel like I was onto something, but boy did it not play out in a way I needed it to. Okay. Yeah, that's a reset. I think I'm onto something, but I haven't figured out the order that I need to send them out in order to live. Okay. So bad tantrum. Bad tantrum again. No. Mother of goodness. Okay. I need to not die here. And I don't think I'm gonna. Zen Headbutt. You hate to see it, truly. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna probably keep at it for like an hour or two tomorrow before I rebuild the team, because I want to make sure this team cannot do it before I dedicate basically a whole stream to getting back to where I was and then having to do it again. Okay. Bad tantrum. Bad tantrum. Maybe I focus Sash Delibird if I do that. Because then I could fake out, then I could E-speed. Okay, I'm gonna try that instead. Okay, yeah, we're gonna try that. I still have focus Sash. Delibird is a glass cannon, but it has 2 priority moves, so I can swap in on Eternatus. Alright, let's see how this plays out. Okay. Okay. Haha! Fake out. Okay. That's an issue, though. It's gonna be locked into fake out, so if I can live the fake out, it's a non-issue. Okay, that's fine. It's locked into fake. Actually, no, it's not locked into fake out because I'm not using the scarf. Frick. I'm very silly right now. Okay. Okay, not bad. We need to swap out it. Let's see, how am I doing this? The sleep. You truly hate to see it. Fake out. E-speed. Okay, more of that. Okay, not bad. Koraidon. Oh, I really wish I had Togekiss for this still. Okay. Okay. Fake out. E-speed. E-speed. Problem is I'm likely dead here. Please be faster. Ah! So that was actually not bad. I think that is winnable. I think this is 100% winnable. I just need to figure out, I needed to not get slept by Oblivion Wing. So, okay. There we go. This is absolutely winnable. I think I can do it. All right. Bad Tantrum. Bad Tantrum. Delibird. Fake out. Delibird comes in, that's fine. Okay. Velveeta. Okay. Of course, until he swaps in, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, that's insane. That does so much fucking damage, you know? Okay, Metagross down, that's huge. Really? Oh, no. Fake out? This actually might kill. It does, that's huge. Okay, Thundurus. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, no. Fake out. I gotta die here, I think. Fuck. This is not good. So that was absolutely winnable. I just have to figure out how I can do this. I'm getting closer each time. This absolutely feels like the win con, if you will, you know? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back to Assault Vest, and I'm gonna hope I don't get put to sleep. We'll try that, and then we'll adjust. I can definitely feel it in my bones, Mr. Krabs. This is absolutely winnable. Bad Tantrum. Bad Tantrum. Delibird, fake out the Ditto. Okay. Spyro. Overheat. We didn't get put to sleep, that's huge. Okay. I need to live this. I might live this. I don't live this. Okay, that really hurts. I can at least get a fake out in there. Okay. 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 Oh no! That is not a good choice for him to choose. Bad choices all around. Okay. Okay. I'm dead here no matter what I think, so I'm just gonna get an E-Speed in. I'm gonna get an E-Speed in. Fake out with Delibird. No. Oh no. Fake out. E-Speed. Oh no. I was hoping it would do more damage to itself. Oh, I'm out of fake out. No. Okay, so we are gonna do some PP max here on that fake out, because if I had PP for fake out, that was 100% a win. So we can do this, and I'm gonna keep going until I get it. All right. Fake out. E-Speed. Okay. Let's run it back. I have a win con that I can get to now. Okay. Okay. Fake out the Ditto, of course. Beautiful. We actually take out the Ditto. That's huge. This is less huge, sadly. Okay. Okay. Not the worst thing in the world. Velveeta. Come on, Togekiss. Don't get put to sleep. Oh, it's so brutal. Fake out, E-Speed, very good. Swap into Landorus. Oh, the poisonous Giga Cringe. Oh, the triple Axel. This is scuffed, sadly. And Metagross is still up, isn't he? No. Okay. Yeah. Fake out. We got there. Hell yeah, you love to see it. Let's go. Huge. This time I'm going to make sure I actually screenshot it, because I did not last time. All right. We'll wrap up with another Pallas Cat video, then we're going to find someone to raid. We absolutely start Mono Fire tomorrow. All right. Delibird absolutely was a carry. I will probably use it in Mono Ice, or I'll use Iron Bundle. Okay. String cap. All right, let me find where I'm putting these. Hold on, I just need to finish titling this. All right, very good. So we'll let this play out. Oh, that was, believe it or not, that was one of the easier Elite Fours. So we love that for us. Hell yeah. I am so stoked that we got there. I didn't think we were gonna, but then we were able to handle Lance eventually. And then it was like, oh wow, I love that for us, you know? All right, make sure we have everything still. Very good. Okay. So now we're gonna cover Pallas cats. Pallas cats are wild animals. There's less than 57,000 of them in the world. They are wild cats that live in the steppe, the tundra, mountainous regions of Asia, spanning from Iran, India, Tibet, China, Russia, etc. They are fluffy, they are very adorable. I'm a big fan of them. Their bodies are round. They have circular eyes. Their ears are also rounded so that they can hide from prey and predators alike. They have very grumpy faces, and I love that for them. They're just so adorable. They're also only 4 to 5 kilograms. So, you know, they're trying to look like murderous moppets, but they're tiny. Okay. This is the body is round meme. One of the first times I learned about Pallas cats, it's taken from a BBC documentary.
Over a kilo heavier.
He's not pleased. This is likely in Mongolia.
Adults with the fierce-looking face. The body is round.
It is round.
Long, dense fur.
He be like, unhand me humans. They're literally pinching his fat and fat shaming him.
The team then.
And you need a lot of thick fur and fat to survive minus 30 Celsius in the winter. Not like other cats.
His little legs are designed for distance.
They are not, but they're meant to be adorable.
After a short, high-speed dash, he stops to survey his surroundings.
I also love the orange in the coat. They usually have orange feet on the back end, and then their actual peats can be anywhere from orangish, yellow, brown, or even white. Sometimes you'll see ones like Nar and Shao that I think live in Japan. It looks like they're wearing white socks, like up to where their knees would be, you know, if they were a human. Very adorable, very fluffy. I love them dearly. And I hope you do too. We'll pull up at least one more. They also put their paws on their tails to keep warm in the winter. It's cold as frick. I have an artist doing a logo for me that's going to be a Pallas cat and a detective hat, since I have 2 degrees in criminal justice and legal studies, and before I started playing Pokemon, I solely did crime coverage. There's at least 3 litters that have been born this year and will likely be sent to other zoos to help with genetic diversity from Russia alone. There's multiple from Japan, several in other countries like Slovakia, Czechia, United States. For example, Columbus, Ohio. Their couple, Moose and Tina, have 2 Pallas kittens, and we love that because they're adorable, and the Chinese ones have real trouble with genetic diversity. It's bad enough that there's less than 57,000 of them in a world with poor genes. We don't need inbreeding to make them have an even harder time living, you know? And now that it is fall heading into winter, they will be bulking up. When you see them looking like an angry cotton ball, that's their winter coat. They're like half that size and a lot slimmer in their summer coats. They also love to eat, as is tradition. I would actually encourage you to look for zoos that have Meownwell, aka Pallas cats, and support them. That being said, not all zoos are created equal. For example, there is a zoo in Japan that does not have great standards, mainly because there's a lack of regulation over there. And it just, the laws don't have the teeth they do in other countries. But then we learned that that zoo is actually one of the better ones. And it to be so deplorable and learn that that's one of the better ones, it's like, I'm not advocating crime. But if someone were to save those Meownwell, I would not be sad. Eve is one of the female Pallas cats who gave birth this year, and this is a video from last year with her kittens from last year's litter. I love their stripy tails. They look like raccoon. They stay with their mother in the captivity for around 6 months. Then they basically kick them out of the nest. So eepy, so silly. I love that synchronized look. It's also important that they do learn how to properly twitch the tail, because while they are stalking super low to the ground, the cats, as they feel it's necessary, they will twitch their tail, having it stand up vertically in an attempt to be like, huh, prey item sees something interesting and they want to check it out. And as the prey's gaze is more or less affixed on the twitching tail, then they strike. It's similar to anglerfish and other animals that have some kind of adaptation that allows them to have an edge over their prey. There's not a lot of food up in the steppe or the tundra. There's a lot of competition, be it dogs, foxes, eagles, hawks, other humans, etc. So they need every edge they can in order to survive up there. And I love them for it. And when they are threatened, laying flat on the ground looking like a rock is their go-to. That's why their ears are rounded. That's why they have binocular vision. It makes it easier to see when they're super low to the ground, their face is covered in snow and they can barely see from it. Nature is wild, and I'm a huge fan. And now that you're aware of the Pallas cat, i.e. Meownwell, I hope you are too. We were going to find someone to raid. And for anyone who's not familiar, I stream Pokemon Pallas cats crime coverage every Monday to Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern. Thank you everyone who stopped by and chatted. First time chatters included. VOD friends and lurkers, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you're stoked about Mono Fire tomorrow. It's going to be fun, but boy, let me tell you, I'm not looking forward to fighting Lance, because Lance has 5 Mon with ground moves and Fire loses to ground. So that's going to be a doozy. But we'll get pretty far tomorrow, and I love that for us, you know? So have a good rest of your Tuesday into your Wednesday. I will see you all tomorrow. Let's rate someone. Let's see who else. Hopefully they're not going offline like last time. That was disappointing. Oh, that'll work. Yeah, let's do that. All right. I think that's how you do it. Yes, there you go. I'm not cool enough to raid her. Well, you know, her loss, so don't worry about it. All right, I know I'll raid then. All right, very good. You love to see it, truly. All right then, let's go. Go team.